My name is Kaylani Scott, and I'm the Executive Director for the Columbia Snake River Campaign, and I want to welcome you to our third annual Rise Up Northwest in Unity Convening. Our Unity Convening has moved around the region, and the intention of this event is to build community and work towards growing our movement in the protection of what we refer to as life sources, the natural resources. Our first year, we started over in Tulalip, and that was really an important opportunity to bring together tribes and partners and break down those barriers that tend to divide us. And we came together in this space sharing culture and protocols, listening and learning and growing together. Last year, we held our convening in the Tri-Cities, and we decided to develop a theme, which we titled Cultivating Solutions Together. And it was really intended to reach some of those stakeholders that rely on the Snake River for different reasons. And again, try to break barriers as we bring folks together in these spaces in a good, positive way, working towards solutions that benefit all of us. This year, coming to Portland was especially important. This year, our theme is rooted in tradition while our roots continue to grow. And that's so imperative to who we are and the work that we've been doing, especially those that have been doing this work for decades. So I'm honored to be here and continue this movement. We see different audiences with each community we lean into, and folks come in throughout the days depending on their availability. And you'll see that throughout these next 2 days. I wanted to note that if you missed our kickoff reception last night with the book launch for Amy Cordalis, we do have a QR code in your program, so you can go there to learn more, order her book if you didn't get a copy or if you don't have one yet. And she might make an appearance at some point, but I know she's got other things that she has to tend to. With that, I just want to make a couple announcements this morning. First of all, some logistics. Bathrooms are just in the back of the room here. We do have a water cooler on the back right side, my right side, as well as on the food side. We also have a quiet room upstairs in room D202 in case you need to take a call or just need a break. That space is available for you. We also have pens and notepads out front. So if you are a note taker, there are some pages in your program, but you also have that option as well. And I want to give a special thanks to our sponsors. You'll see those listed on your tables. Without our sponsors, we could not make this possible. We really strive to make this a no-cost event for you, and it's because of them that we're able to do that. So we greatly appreciate them. If we could give them a round of applause. And as we all know, anywhere you go, you're on native land. And of course, being in Portland, it's no different. So I do want to recognize the lands that we are on today. The Portland metro area rests on traditional village sites of the Multnomah, Wasco, Cowlitz, Cathlamet, Clackamas, bands of Chinook, Tualatin, Kalapuya, Molalla, and many other tribes who made their homes along the Columbia River. Indigenous people have created communities and summer encampments to harvest and enjoy the plentiful natural life sources of the area since time immemorial. We want to recognize that Portland today is a community of many diverse Native peoples who continue to live and work here. We respectfully acknowledge and honor all Indigenous communities, past, present, future, and are grateful for their ongoing and vibrant presence. With that, we are going to jump right into our agenda. And when I say we have an exceptional lineup for you this year, I wholeheartedly mean it. I've been asked what are the highlights of the conference, and I can't name one because they are all literally phenomenal. So this first one is no exception, and I'm honored to start bringing up our first panel discussion on water and first foods protectors. I have the privilege of introducing Santana Rabang, who her and I joked about feeling like we've grown up together in this space over the last few years. Santana is an alumni of Northwest Indian College. She currently works at Children of the Setting Sun Productions as a research and podcast producer. Guided by her life motto, speak from the heart, Santana has shared her voice at numerous community and cultural events, including Indigenous Peoples Day, the totem pole launched by the Lummi House of Tears carvers, and many others. She is also the host of the podcast series Healing Woman Heals Mother Earth, where she interviews Indigenous women leading grassroots movements to protect and restore Mother Earth. Central to these conversations is the understanding that as the land heals, so too do the women in their communities. Please welcome Santana.
Nautsiam, Nistralicha, Kelkamot, Sunasnat, Santana Rabang, Sunasnat, Chuchlummy, Enuksak, Ishwai Village Sin. Hello, my respected people. My name is Santana Rabang. My traditional name is Kelkamot. This name was a gift to me from my elders on behalf of the advocacy work I do, and it's a first generational name, and it's a name that I'll be able to pass down to my children. I'm so happy to be here today to be a moderator for the Water and First Foods Protectors panel. I just wanted to take the time to say thank you, Haishka Quinisanatachel, Isai Tsinkla Tia Makwelia. My hands go up to each and every one of you for being here today. Thank you. I'm so excited to be here to navigate this important discussion and learn more from Indigenous women who are leading important work on behalf of their communities and Mother Earth. The Water and First Foods Protectors panel consists of 2 women who dedicate their lives to protecting and restoring our vital life sources. Today, they'll share their personal perspectives on the importance of this work and why it's an essential part of our life, culture, and history as Indigenous people. First on our panel is Carla Timintwa. Timintwa. Beautiful. Carla carries the spirit of Quim Unu. Am I saying that right? From the Wallowo band into everything she does as a Nez Perce leader, former tribal executive community member, grandmother of 19, and as a current Nez Perce Wallowa Homeland Executive Committee member. She is a member of the Wallowa Band of Nez Perce, and she is dedicated to passing on cultural knowledge and continues to serve through leadership at Tam Kalik's celebration in Wallowa, Oregon. So everyone, please welcome our first panelist, Carla. You could just sit wherever you feel comfortable. Next on our panel is Molly Myers, Karuk, Chief Operating Officer at Register Riffles Indigenous Conservation Group. Molly is from the Klamath River, dedicated to healing and protection of her ancestral homelands. She also serves as president of the Klamath Indigenous Land Trust, leading efforts to return land and water stewardship to Indigenous hands. Deeply rooted in community and cultural revitalization, Molly has played an active role in the Klamath Dam removal campaign and in building coalitions that honor Indigenous sovereignty and ecological balance across the basin. Her work bridges traditional knowledge with modern conservation, ensuring that future generations can thrive along the same rivers and lands that have sustained her people since time immemorial. Everyone, please, a warm welcome for our second panelist, Molly Myers. All right, so our first question is going to be a prompt for both panelists. And I'll start off with Carla. Can you share what first connected you to the work of protecting and restoring your people's traditional foods and waters, and what continues to guide that connection today?
Already having technical problems up here. So, Tatsmewi oikalo inamunik dwasalawe ma kasoya potimki Carla Timentwa. It's really good to see each and every one of you here today, that you took the time out of your life to join in this important event that highlights our connectedness to the salmon, to the earth, to each other. And now I can't remember the question.
Yeah, repeat the question.
That's okay. Can you share what first connected you to the work of protecting and restoring your people's traditional foods and waters, and what continues to guide that connection today?
So I guess what first connected me going back, my grandparents are from Kamiah, Idaho. My grandpa, Willie Moody, and his side used to farm up at Ferdinand near a place, a church called Meadow Creek. And my grandma, Lizzie Hayes Moody, is from Kamiah. But I think of them, we grew up in Seattle, my sisters and I and our brother. My folks are John and Josephine Kaufman. My father was a World War II veteran. He was wounded while serving. My mother's full-blooded Nez Perce, and she grew up in the time when Indians were not allowed to vote. She grew up in a time when it wasn't a friendly place for Native people, especially Native women. But I think what influenced me the most was my grandfolks. My grandma used to take us children, 7 of us, and my mom and my auntie Isabel Walker, my uncle Alan Moody, and then all the kids that went with that and the grandkids and everybody, and load us up into her pickup, and we'd drive up into the mountains to get huckleberries. And she taught us early on that we had to fill our baskets. We couldn't we couldn't come down off the hill. We couldn't have lunch. We couldn't play. We had to, fill those baskets. And so that was, I guess, one of our first lessons was learning to fill that bag. So when you went home, you had something, not just a handful of berries or a purple mouth and those types of things. You need to have the berries to get down off that hill. So, and then we'd go swimming in the Lochsa, coming down off the hill, and we'd go, oh, that water felt so good when we'd go swim. And then when I was a young girl, maybe in my early teens, we were at a place called Talmuks, up towards Craig Mountains, with our families again. It was so important to be with families, that was our thing, was family. It still is today, but my grandpa, he used to, because it's a church meeting, and he used to enjoy sometimes sneaking off and going to the Lewis Clark Warriors games down in Lewiston. And I was always like his little sidekick. I'd sneak off with him and do things. And one time he took me down to the entrance near Talmuks and he wanted to show me how to dig tsawit, which is one of our foods. And so I learned early on that there's foods all around us. If we know what to look for, when to look for, and then how to harvest those. So he taught me that at a very early age to gather. And after my grandma passed away, I stayed with my grandpa. My mom said, you know, you're going to move to Idaho and you're going to stay with them. And so I did. And one of the things that he did, he was lonesome for the foods. And so he drove, or I drove him, and we went over to a place called White Swan over in Washington. And it was my very first feast and presentation of the foods in the longhouse. We weren't exposed to that as children. It wasn't until we were a little older that we understood how that the line of foods, the songs that are associated with them, the ceremony that goes into taking care of those. So at that early age, I guess it was kind of instilled in me about the first foods. As I grew older, there were other ladies who took me out to go dig after I had children, and there were other ladies who taught me how to weave and how to dress, how to make things. And I think of May Taylor. I think of Patsy Heigl, Nellie Axtell, the ones who really enjoyed getting out up there on the hill and were willing to share what they knew with those that were willing to learn and to stick with it, you know, not to start something and quit, to stay with it. So I guess it began at that early age to look for those foods and understand when the season comes, and understand, you know, how to get ready and prepare yourself for that, and understand that the season isn't just one food or one plant, it's a whole cycle. And the salmon is a part of that cycle as you watch them and as you watch the seasons change. And then it all starts, you know, with the beginning of our new years, which for us is different than the calendar year. And it's just kind of honoring, remembering to honor those foods and remembering to provide enough to feed the people, that it's not just for us to enjoy, it's for all of us to enjoy. So I've had the honor and the privilege of showing my children and my grandchildren when to gather, where to gather, how to take care of it, how to present it, what songs they should know and they should learn, how to conduct themselves, you know, in the longhouse. And it's kind of like a life way that I've adopted and married into with my husband. And I just so much appreciate the ladies and the men that have stepped forward to either correct me or to show me, so that I can then share it with someone else. So, yochkalo.
Thank you. Your response was beautiful, and it really depicts generational knowledge being passed down generation to generation, and you're doing a great job with passing that knowledge that you've learned from the women in your life to your kids and grandkids. So thank you. The same question will be to Molly as well. Can you share what first connected you to the work of protecting and restoring your people's traditional foods and waters, and what continues to guide that connection today?
Yeah, thank you. I think a lot of what Carla said hits home with me too. It was my family. Growing up, I didn't know everybody didn't do fishing season. Like, that was just a part of our lives. And so, you know, when I was a kid, my dad was a traditional dip net fisherman. And so, you know, every fall in the same time coincided with when school began at the beginning of the school year, it would be fishing season. And so that pretty much consumed what we were doing at that time. So I kind of got to take some days off of school sometimes too. So that was pretty sweet. But I was about, I think I was in my early teens when we really started to see the fish declining, numbers of fish declining, and we started to see them getting sick. And I was a kid. Didn't really I didn't really understand at the time the crazy path this was going to take me on in my life, but um, that's that's that was our connection. That was our connection to who we were. We also gathered acorns and huckleberry. We fished for lamprey eels and sturgeon and all the traditional foods. But it was the fish for us, and for me in my life, that has been what has kind of guided my work. And so I think I was, in my early teens when we really started to see our fish coming home and they were diseased and there were far fewer of them. And I say, I didn't have a choice. I didn't have a choice about where this was going to take me. I kind of fell into it, I would say. So it was the protection that was the thing that my dad taught us, that we were put on this earth for the salmon, and the salmon in return would come home and give themselves to us. And that if we stopped fishing or the fish stopped coming, then we would cease to exist as Indian people. That lesson has come with me all my life. And I guess that's what really first brought me to the work. And what continues to guide me today, I think, is my kids and my family. I'm really, really proud. I have 5 kids, and I'm really proud to be able to show them all this knowledge, to give them all this knowledge so that they can give it to their next generation and the generations after that. And it's our job now here to protect these resources so that we can continue to have them and appreciate them, and they can nourish us for time immemorial. So I feel like we were never separated from the land. We were never separated from our way of life. And that's been a guiding principle for me my whole life. I am here to do this work for our river. I'm here to do this work for our people and for all of us. And I'm just really proud to be able to come from that place, and also to be going, forward into the future with the knowledge. Keeping it short for you.
Thank you. You also do a wonderful job at passing down the knowledge you carry generation to generation. And even though I'm not your kid, you've passed down a lot of knowledge to me. Okay, we're gonna go into questions for each of you individually. I'll go back to Carla again. And my first question that I have for you is the Tomkalik celebration is such a beautiful expression of your people's connection to land and culture. Can you talk about what this celebration means to you and how ceremony strengthens collective responsibility for the land and the water?
Thank you. Cham represents so much, not just to the Nez Perce on the Nez Perce Reservation, but also to the Nez Perce that are on the Colville Reservation, the Umatilla, and we have Nez Perce relatives at Yakima and Warm Springs and other locations. And we all know the history of how the Wallowa Valley was stolen from our people, how our people were pushed out, how they left that place with all their belongings and their horses, and looking back, not knowing if they would ever see this beautiful valley again, if they'd ever be able to see those trees and those mountains and those digging places. And so it's a sad and tragic history of what took place at Wallowa Valley. In preparation of coming here, you know, I didn't know what type of questions you would have. I didn't know what to expect because I don't get up and speak, you know, in public places like this anymore. But in preparation of coming here, I was looking at one of those books by McWhorter, who is a historian, but the words that were shared were from our own people, the ones he worked with. You know, McWhorter gets the credit because he put it together, but it was our own people that informed him of what took place and where it happened. So I really want to lift those people up as I share these words. It talked about Portland in one of the sections that deals with when I'm trying to think of the word, the people, the non-Indians came up from Astoria and came by Portland, and all the disease, the destruction, the complete annihilation of people that lived along the river. That was what our old people shared in that book. But it had one comment from a Wasco woman that was recorded maybe 200 years ago, but she said she was on a boat with her family and they were going by somewhere here by Portland, and they could see how everything had been laid to waste. And there was one little girl on the shore here by Portland, and she was crying, "Help me. My people are all gone." That one little girl, and her family was afraid to pick her up because they didn't want that disease, you know, to come with them and take it home to their people. So she remembered that as her family went by and left that little girl there. And that was here in Portland. That was here. So we have to remember this place and this land for what it was. Not just for when our people were plentiful and, you know, everything was in abundance, but for that sad history that took place here that we had to witness over generations. So when I talk about Tamkaliks and I talk about what was lost and what we're trying to regain, it was about 35, 40 years ago, a gentleman descends from Allakut, who was a brother of Chief Joseph. And his name was Taz Connor. And his family, you know, he wants us to go back. His vision was for Nez Perce to go back to Wallowa. And so he met with the local people there. And I remember going back there maybe 30, 40 years ago. Not everyone was friendly or open to the idea of having Nez Perce back in Wallowa. But he was persistent and he stayed with it. And he recruited people from Colville and from Nez Perce and from Umatilla to, you know, to help him along with the local community to start what was at that time a celebration, where it was a celebration for us returning, and it was a celebration in a shared meal. He would set up that meal for Sundays, and we had Walasat service there on that ground together, all of us, not one tribe, this tribe, everyone, you know, together. And that was an important thing for him in his work and his walk, was to try to bring us all back together. So since then, the Wallowa Homeland Project has acquired about 320 acres, known as the Wallowa Homeland Project. And every year in July, they have a Tamkalik celebration where they invite people to come. And it is like a powwow, but it's also more of a social. It's not, you know, real competitive. It's more just being there. And the families come and they get to go to the lake, or they get to sit in the powwow grounds, or they get to share in a meal. And we have a horse parade of people, and people do memorials and namings. And it's just that opportunity to be on the land. What's also grown out of Wallowa is a group called, in Enterprise, called the Wallowa Land Trust. We have two tribal members that I know of that sit on the board. One is in the audience, Dewey Davis from Colville. And the other one was recently appointed Delray Kip from Lapway. And what that group is doing, they came up to, when I was living at Nespelum, they came up there and asked, as Wallowa Land Trust, what can we do to help invite you, to bring you back home? They wanted to open up private land for gatherers to come down and gather food. So all three groups identified that resource was to be on the land, to dig those roots. And I pushed a little further. I said, yeah, and to hunt and to fish for all of us, because we all come from that place. So we had our first digging, I think it was 6 or 7 years ago, and maybe it hasn't been that long. I don't know. Dewey's shaking his head. Maybe it was. But Veronica Red Star and her family, myself, Del Rey, and my daughter Jasmine, my granddaughter Cavell, they all came, and a lady from Yakima who has passed on, and we dug together those foods. And from there, us ladies got together again, and we said, you know, it's good we're digging here, and we all have our feasts back at our different places. We need to have a feast right here with the foods that are gathered from here to honor those foods again in the way they were meant to be honored and respected. That would open the way for other people to dig. And so we had a first foods root feast there on the grounds with everyone participating, and it was wonderful, because that's the healing that we need, because that land is so alive, you know, with our spirit and our songs. And I've heard it from many people when you go out there. It just, you can hear it. It's in the wind. It's in the water. When your tukas hits the ground, you can feel that connection. And so now we have maybe, I'm thinking 150 people maybe that come in the spring to dig. And so quite a few from Umatilla, they have, you know, we've invited youth down, and, you know, I really want to credit the Wallowa Land Trust for encouraging that. But we're realizing too that we don't want to over harvest. It's always been one of our cultural teachings. You never take more than what you can use. You always leave something, you know, for someone else. Even when you're picking berries, you don't pick the whole bush. You just, you know, pick what you need and move on. You don't, you know, over harvest. So I have more I can share, but I'll quit there. Katsiaya.
Thank you. Thank you for that important history lesson and acknowledging the good and the bad. I think it really shows our resilience of how far we've come as Indigenous people. My next question for you is, you've held leadership roles within your community and your family. You're a grandmother of 19. My first impression of you is you're a proud mother and proud grandmother. I'm curious what lessons about leadership have you passed down to the younger generations?
I think the greatest value you can pass on comes from family. Just you know, they're your first teachers, is your family, and they're the first place when you look for leadership. When you're growing up, you look to your folks and your grandfolks and your aunties and uncles, and you know, and you get spanked along with everybody else, and that's where I think leadership and growth and discipline come from. But in our communities, you know, as was related, there's a lot of healing that needs to be done. There's a lot of dysfunction. Native people, you know, are the highest in a lot of not so good categories, you know, suicide and diabetes and heart disease and violence. You know, we have more of our Native men incarcerated, you know, than most populations. And so how do we provide leadership in breaking those cycles? And part of it is getting sober, you know, getting on that recovery, that red road we always talk about. And I'm really proud of my daughter, Jasmine. my daughter Teresa, my daughter Janelle, who have stepped forward and provided that example for their children so that it's not passed on, because of that generational trauma that I talked about earlier of that little girl standing all alone, you know, it's something in our DNA that we carry with us, and it doesn't go away in one generation or two. It's something that we all have to work on to break that trauma cycle so it's not repeated down the road. And so what I'm most proud about in leadership is, I guess, being honest enough to look at that in my own life. You know, when you're in a leadership, you have to be able to really look at yourself, and you have to be able to really humble yourself and lean on others at times to help get you through. Our father was missing in about 2000, and I know Rachel remembers that. And we really had to lean on others because it took 4 months before we were able to locate him and bring him home. But it just, you begin to realize through those experiences just how important other people, that connectivity, our relationship is, because I couldn't have gotten through it without the support and love of my sisters, of our extended family, of our community. There were even people I didn't know who in Seattle who were searched. And so it's things like that that make you realize that leadership is really one of standing together, you know, shoulder to shoulder with each other. And we might not always agree with what decision takes place, but we're going to do our best to bring our values, our teachings, our way of life forward, because that's the responsibility we have as leaders.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes people might not want to hear it, but you have to step forward and be that voice, be that heart, take that step, show the example to others. Because I've learned there's always someone behind you watching what you're doing. There's always somebody. And now, you know, we have these young people here who are going to present. And I'm so proud of each one of them. They've done remarkable work. And we have to keep holding them up the best that we can. So, yochkalo.
Okay, for our last question for Carla, what gives you hope about the future of first food protection and restoration in your homelands? If you can envision what a fully restored relationship with first foods looks like 50 years from now, what would that look like to you?
I was just at a board meeting with the Wallowa Homeland Project, and we had my sister Joanne Kaufman was there doing a strategic planning, and you know, we were asked, in 5 years, what do you see? You know, 50 years. Wow.
We could do 5 years. 50 years is, yeah.
You know, we have a lot of younger people that are picking up the language, our Namiputimpt. And I'm really proud of my niece, Leslie Moses. She works up at Nespelem with the language, as well as their language program up there. And our language speakers at Lapue and Kamiai, the younger people are beginning to pick that up, because so much of our language was lost in our songs and our way of doing things. And so it's just bringing all that back and then being willing to share it and to understand that things might be done a little different at Nespelem, for example, than they are at Lapue or Umatilla, but it's what's in your heart and that intent that comes out. So the young people have permission, just as us older people have permission to make mistakes and to learn and to grow and to pass it on the best that we can. 5 years from now, because I've been working with my granddaughters and others, extended family, about getting them into that harvest cycle. You know, when to go out, what to look for when that root is coming, when you know that thing, the earth is renewing herself, what to look for. how to prepare yourself, get your bags ready, get your tukuses ready, get your wing dress out, just get ready for that time to come. And I've been attempting to teach them the best that I can to follow that cycle. We have a lot of outside activities that what's that word? Takes the attention away from those cycles, like you have basketball and you have softball and you have graduations and you have tournaments and you have powwows and and it's just, you really have to commit yourself if you're going to do it. My feeling is, do it all the way, because I had a very good example in my sister-in-law, Grace Moore from Nespelem, and she's just going to be over 80. And just what, and she still goes out, she still goes gathers, she's one of the ladies in the line, she's one of the leaders of our ladies. But what she showed me was that you have to really want it, you have to really love it, and you have to understand it's not about yourself, it's about the people, because you're gathering those foods for the people to share them, because our foods are medicine to us. That whole line of foods, from the water to the salmon, the deer, on down the line, all those roots and berries are medicine for us. And so 5 years from now, I want to be able to see our girls and our young men being able to step up, and they can do the cooking in the kitchen. They know what foods and what order they go in. They know how to set that table and how to prepare and bring it out, how to line up and stay in line, not jumping in front of each other. They're all working together as one. And it's the same on the men's side. Whoever's going out to get that deer or to bring that fish, and who's leading those drummers, and those drummers know their songs, what to sing, when it's appropriate to sing. There was a gentleman from Yakima, Jerry Lewis. He was up at Nespelem, and he shared with the people there that certain songs were sung at certain times. Now we just, we sing the songs, but the teaching that goes with each one of those songs, a song for the tule mat, a song for the water, a song, all down that line. And so there's always more to learn. No one knows everything. Yes. So it's that part. That's what I want to see with our children, is that they be open to that learning, that they make themselves available, that they be present when things are happening, because you don't know how long, how long we'll be here. I pray we're here for a long time. I look at our chairman, Shannon, sitting here in front, and I know his family. I know the strong blood he comes from. I've witnessed it. And I'm proud of him. I'm proud of how he presents himself and our people. And that's something we need to share with each other more often, is that I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you for being here today. So, Makas Kaitsiyaya.
Thank you. I love what you say about always learning. I think no matter what age we get, we're always going to be learning something. I think that's so beautiful. I'm going to turn this over to Molly, and my first question for Molly is, the Klamath Dam removal is one of the largest restoration projects in U.S. history. What has this milestone meant for the Karuk and Yurok people emotionally, culturally, and spiritually? And what lessons has the Klamath River taught you personally about resilience and healing?
So I mentioned that, I was a teenager when our fish health started declining. I was 18 when I started working for the Department of Natural Resources for the Karuk tribe. I was 19 when the fish kill happened. And over this last 2 years, I've been honored and blessed and proud to watch the removal of the 4 dams, the 4 lower dams on the Klamath River. And I've been asked this question a lot during that time, and I still find it hard to articulate how it feels to be here in this moment in history. I started working on the dam removal campaign over 20 years ago. And so all of those feelings have been present for me during this time of the dam removal over the last couple years. I am proud. I feel like Indian country is going to rise to save the world. And that is something that I take with me in my life, and something that dam removal has given me. Like, I'm so proud of what we accomplished. I'm so culturally, spiritually, emotionally, it's all tied up in, we are not separate from the world. As Indian people, we're not separate from the world. So as I'm watching the river heal, we are all healing along with it. And one of my, I think, one of my proudest things, I think, is that when the fish kill happened, I was pregnant with my oldest son. So he's 22 now. And it's been like a real way that I've marked that time over the years. And I'm just so proud that our kids, they were with us every step of the way. We took them to every protest, every meeting, every event, every time we went to gather, when we were fishing, when we're being together, when we were, doing all through the campaign, they were with us. Like, they came with us, we drug them along with us. And because of that, they feel like, and rightfully so, they feel like they have been a part of this and that they helped to accomplish this. And I think in some sense, it gives them a feeling like everybody said this was impossible, but this gives them a feeling of hope, and it makes them feel like they can accomplish anything. And especially doing it together as the tribes came together on the river that was so important, that we came together on the river. And so showing that to my kids, showing that to our people in our communities, I think has been, healing for all of us.
Thank you. It's been also, I think, so healing for the outsiders to be able to see and witness this. I feel like I've personally healed, and I don't have a direct connection to your river, but it's just been healing to see you be a part of leading that work.
We're all salmon people,
Yes.
you know?
Okay, our second question for Molly is, in your experience, what has been the challenges of doing environmental work as an Indigenous woman? And how have you navigated spaces where you felt like you were fighting to be heard?
I don't think I realized until I, started to get a little bit older that being a woman was like a disadvantage. Like, I didn't know that. I felt like this was what I was doing. I felt like regardless of who stood in our way or what they said or how we were treated along the way, this was what we were doing. And our purpose was so much higher that I didn't really realize that, there was, sometimes you get treated differently. And but I think that we believe in our culture that women and men are not equal, because women are much stronger than men. And so it's I'm really, really proud of our organization, Ridges to Riffles. Amy Cordalis and I co-founded, and we're really building a culture where being an Indigenous woman is powerful. We're bringing that power to our organization and making sure that we lead with that. And I think, I look at my daughter and she's fearless, right? And I was not fearless. I did most of the work that I did in my life because I felt like it was my responsibility. And, I think that I feel pretty proud that I must have done something right in showing her that this is how you move through the world, because she does it with grace and she's just so fierce. And being an Indigenous woman is really special. And I think that that is how I have navigated those spaces, is by feeling like it's okay to honor myself.
That was so powerful. I found myself tearing up when you said that being an Indigenous woman is a disadvantage, because it's unfortunately a reality that we face, and we have to constantly battle against these gender norms that are put on us. But anytime I'm in a space with women like Carla and Molly, I always leave feeling so empowered, and feeling like I can do and be anything I want, because you all are setting that example for me. My last question for Molly is, as the river is healing and the restorative work continues, what does long-term success look like for you and your community?
Long term to me is a funny, like, how do you quantify long term when you or people have been here since time immemorial? But long term success for me, I mean, when these dams were put in, they literally severed the river. And when the river was severed and our fish were not able to move up the river and down the river anymore, it really severed communities. It severed our tribal communities. And long-term success to me looks like Indigenous people coalescing as the powerful force that we are, and getting work done, taking out those Snake River dams now, you know? I that's success, right? Is uplifting all of us and all of us being successful. And like I said, I really feel like cultural knowledge and practices are what is going to save this world. And so long-term success to me looks like the rest of the world starting to follow that Indigenous lead.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you both for your
Thank you.
powerful responses. I'm gonna go to a group reflection. This is a question for the both of you. Each of you spoke about protection as a form of love for the land, for the water, for future generations. How do you keep that love strong when the work becomes heavy or discouraging?
I think the way that I keep it strong is knowing that there are others coming behind me, that just as our past generations, when the making of the treaties, they were looking way down the road to reserve those rights to hunt, to fish, to gather. So I think about those, with 19 grandchildren, and I'm going to have another great grandson here in November. I'm thinking about them, and then I realize that I'm not alone in this, and I don't have to have all the answers, that there's people and networks that can help. When I feel overwhelmed, I try to reach out to others on, how would you address this if it came to you and you find that, you're not alone. Like when my father was missing, I came to find, we're not alone. It feels really alone, but we're not, and there's people there that will help you. In the natural world too, a lot of times you go out there and the foods don't always show themselves right away. And so you have to like settle yourself, your heart, your spirit with a song, or with solitude, and speak to them as your brother and sister, speak to them. in a way that is loving and kind. And then, the foods show themselves. And suddenly there's this whole field full of cows or Temis or Cliton, it's right there. And I took my grandson once up to Naspilum and it started to rain and he was excited. He was like, Katza, there's one. Katza, there's one, and we were just, even though it was raining and we had to get indoors, it was exciting. So I guess that's how I nourish myself, is through those experiences.
Yeah. Yeah, we definitely heal through the younger generation because they're unapologetically and authentically themselves. It's such a beautiful sight to see in the younger generations. The same question goes to you, Molly. Would you like me to repeat it?
Yes.
Each of you spoke about protection as a form of love for the land, the water, and future generations. How do you keep that love strong when the work becomes heavy or discouraging?
So I think is it is about going out and getting on the land. So, we spend a lot of time in meetings. People aren't always getting along. There's negotiations and challenges, and it can be exhausting. And then, I go home and sometimes I'm just like, I just don't know why I don't feel right. So I go outside. And I spend time gathering. I'm a traditional basket weaver. I spend time gathering those materials and gathering our first foods. It's acorn season at home right now. We have been it's a great season. So we've been really busy picking up acorns. And last week we were out gathering, and one of the places that we gather at is where the old trail goes through from inland to the coast. And there's sections where you can walk on that trail, and it's not very many people know it's there, and you kind of like have to be walking through the mountains to land on it. But we spent a little time just walking along that trail, and there's this thing that happens when you're like stepping in the steps of your ancestors that way. That's what helps to ground me. That's what brings me, that's what keeps me able to continue to do this and continue to put, all this work's very emotional. It's very close to my heart, and for all of us, it's that way. And so it's heart energy. And that's what refills my heart energy. And this is the first foods panel. I mean, it is doing those things and eating those foods and walking in the steps that my ancestors walked in.
Yes, that's beautiful. I always say that my North Star is always all those that have come before me. And I find my most strength when I visit the water as well. I just want to do a time check-in. Okay, I want to take this time to open it up to the floor for any Q&As or for a Q&A. Is there anyone that has any questions for our panelists? We'll take two to three questions. You might just have to use your big house voice. I can repeat it too.
What the river's like today, what is it smell like, what's happening.
Shannon's question to Molly is, what does the river look like today? What does it feel like? What does it smell like?
I talk about the smell of the river a lot.
She was just talking about this last
Talk
night.
about the
It
smell of the
smells
river a lot. For the last couple of years during dam removal, there's been a lot of sort of ups and downs with the water quality, and there have been times when that was really, really hard when we first breached the dams and the first wave of sediment came through, and the smell of that was pretty horrible. I have all these smell memories about the river, so it's like I have like memories of when I was younger, but then also like, then the fish kill happened. And that was that's a big smell memory for me. And then, you know, the reservoirs and how toxic they were. And it's a funny, like, we go out on the river now. I live on the river. I see the river every single day. I interact with it every single day. And it's the smell. It's the smell. That is the one thing. Like, you can look at the river and say, oh, it still looks as dirty as it looked when there was, it's not, but people are saying that. But if you're on the river and you smell the river, you can smell that it is healing. You can smell that it's cleaner. And if I can smell it, like, imagine how the fish feel, right? Like they are just, and they are responding. They are responding in ways that we couldn't, I mean, we believed it, but you know, modern science is saying, you know, calm down, wait, it might take up to 10 years, you know, we don't know. And the fish are in the upper basin. They have far exceeded our expectations. And people feel good. Like, our communities feel good. Like, everybody is watching the fish returning. We used to, back in the grassroots campaign days, we had a chant. It was undam the Klamath, bring the salmon home. And so, you know, we did the undam the Klamath, and now we're watching the salmon go home. And that is so powerful and healing for everybody. The river looks gorgeous. It's raining at home now. We made it through. You know, you think like, oh, well, we made it through summer. Because it used to be, are we going to make it through summer? Are we going to make it through summer? Are fish going to live through this summer? And so when it starts to rain, I think I still feel a little bit of that weight lifted, even though I know they are now. Things have changed, but I still hold that a little bit. So when we get through another summer and now we're going into winter and the river just looks amazing and it's going to start to rise again. And yeah, our fish are doing what they know how to do better than we knew. Yeah, it's amazing. It's really amazing.
Okay, so the question was, the question was, what guidance or advice would you have to non-natives who are from this land on how they can navigate protecting first foods and waters appropriately? Did I sum that up okay?
Well, you know, that's a really good question. When I was at Wallowa, it was because there's a lot of non-native people who are also involved in the organizations there. We have the Nature Conservancy, and we have Wallowa Land Trust, and we have the
Yes.
local community, and we have the ranchers and the private landowners. And through their work, they've opened up a lot of land that had been fenced off that we couldn't access. So it's through that education that we're not, you know, there to destruct everything. We're not going to be out there with our ATVs and, you know, doing things, and to have that respect, that mutual respect and that trust that we're going to do what we said we're going to do. One of the issues in Wallowa, because there's the reintroduction of the sockeye into the lake that our fisheries program is doing, is there's an irrigation district or a company or cooperative. And so water really becomes a scarce commodity at times, you know, during the year. There's a sacred place down there called Hurricane Creek, where I know a lot of Native families have taken their kids because that water's so cold, and to, you know, to experience that and jump in Hurricane Creek. But during certain times of the year, the some of the landowners up above that, I don't know if they have hay fields or if they have cattle, but the water gets down to a trickle, and then down at towards the bottom, those landowners don't have water during, parts of the year. So how do you work with those landowners to become more educated on what they're doing and to get a buy-in into how to solve that problem? Because it's not just about your piece of property, it's the whole valley, it's the whole resource that we're looking at. Another example is on the Warm Springs or near the Warm Springs Reservation, where there was an issue with the water again. Water's like something that'll connect you when there isn't enough of it or it's not clean enough. There's a group of local, I don't know if they're ranchers or who they are, but and I saw this on a show that they were concerned because there wasn't water for their cattle. And the Warm Springs community was concerned because the camas that they harvest there was becoming less and less and smaller. And so they worked with other organizations to help them restore those lands to their natural meandering streams instead of these straight ditch lines. We're going to put streams back in, and we're going to do some planting, and we're going to make it more natural. So how the land responds to that. So that's the cooperative efforts that I see. And I also want to give a shout out, I guess, to the Colville tribe in what they're doing with the Columbia River in their lawsuit for that tech resources up in Canada, all the 100 years of pollution. And the Colville tribe went to court, and they were successful that they can sue for damages for what's happened on the Columbia. So, it's kind of it's all those efforts. It's not just one effort, it's all those efforts working together. So.
I think I'd just say that for us, the Klamath campaign, it was Indigenous led. It was an Indigenous led, tribally led, people led campaign, but we had to find our allies. Like, we did not do it by ourselves, right? So there is a lot of room for non-native folks to uplift Indigenous and tribally led initiatives. And I think that if you can kind of get into that space where you're recognizing that, that you're a supporting actor in this, then that's really important. Like, we need allies, and there needs to be, sometimes it's not always safe just to be a bunch of Indian people in a place, and sometimes having some non-native allies with you can make that a little bit safer space. Yeah, I think, oh, and land back. Land back.
I think we have time for one more question. Can you speak up a little bit? Sorry.
Did you catch that?
I didn't catch all of that, no.
Yeah, just come on up here.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Possible to every one of us. Now, my question to you is, what is the importance of prayer to creating, and how to teach the younger ones how to stay connected? In this time where basically we see a lot of negativity, how can we provide such ways of teaching the youth our sacred ways of following the truth that we do? That's my question.
Did you want to answer it?
That's a good question. Um, and I'm always thinking, I'm thinking back that, when I was maybe 10 or 12 growing up in Seattle, that there was something going on called the Fish Wars with the Puyallup tribe, the Nisqually, the Muckleshoot. And there was a great, great division between the sports fishermen and the tribal people. And it was people like Ramona Bennett, Pearl Warren, Mary Jo Butterfield, to name a few, who stood up. Maisel Bridges, the old man, Billy Frank, Al Bridges, that stood their ground. They were being arrested. They were being harassed. Their nets and their fish were being taken. They were being called all the horrible names you could think of. They were sitting in jail. My own mother was arrested in Seattle at Fort Lawton, getting those rights back. And I think sometimes we forget that there were people before us who stood their ground. And that's what it takes when it comes to regaining who we are as people. How do we ensure that it goes forward with our children? It's taking them to ceremony. It's teaching them their history and their culture. It's reestablishing that language. And most importantly, it's getting them out on the land, because that land remembers us. It knows us. And it wants us to reconnect. Just like, we always say we're fighting for the salmon. That salmon is fighting for us. It wants us to be here. It needs us to be here. That's how we are. And we need the salmon to be here. And so it's teaching the children that sometimes feel they don't belong or they don't have a place. They do. Each one of them have a place. Each one of them belong, and each one of them are important, just as you are. So thank you.
On the Klamath River, we're really fortunate. My husband likes to say privileged to still have our traditional ceremonies mostly intact. So that is one of the ways that we show our kids and teach our kids about how prayer matters and how it matters to be grounded to who you are as an Indian person. And it also teaches that we renew. Our world renews. Every year we have a world renewal ceremony where we put the world back in balance. That's our job, is to put the world back in balance at our ceremonies. And so, that's a big part of it, I think, is just having our youth involved in those kinds of things, getting them involved young. I've done it my whole life. So it's very much a part of me. I feel very much like it's my place. I do know that, like, if people aren't involved when they're young, it can be a little bit harder to find your place in that. So I think just making sure that we're, involving the youth in everything we do, right? So don't separate our work as like grown-up work, because it's not. Like I said, I've taken my kids literally around the world with me, fighting for dam removal. And so I think that that's the number one thing we can do, is just bring them along.
Thank you. Thank you both for your words and your knowledge that you shared with all of us today. That's it. That's all the time that we have for Q&A. Today we've heard powerful stories from two incredible women who embody what it means to protect water and first foods. They remind us that our identities are inseparable from the land, the water, and the foods that sustain us, and that caring for them is a shared responsibility. As you leave today, I invite you to carry these stories forward. Support Indigenous-led restoration projects, listen to and learn more from the Indigenous women who are doing the work. Protect your local waters and food sources, not just for yourself, but for future generations. And for a closing prompt that I have for the panelists are, how can people in the audience support your work or the broader movement to protect water and first foods? What would you like people to leave with here today?
I guess I'd like you to leave here with a sense of responsibility, a sense of connectedness, and a sense of maybe some shared values. What's important? You know, because we all have families, we all have communities, we all have places we're from, and we need to look at what we're leaving behind for those children and grandchildren that are coming, because they're going to inherit what we leave them, and what type of legacy do we want to leave for them. So, katsiaya.
How can people in the audience support your work or the broader movement to protect water and first foods?
You can, well, you can follow us on social media, Ridges to Riffles, Indigenous Conservation Group. We have a pretty amazing communications manager that always makes sure that we're sharing the most up-to-date work that we have going on. And just, I think these kinds of things, these kinds of things are what gives me, like, helps me to feel connected. The salmon people gatherings, these types of gatherings, I love being in a room where everybody's salmon people and we can understand these things. Yeah, so stay connected with your organizations, and put in as much time as you can, I guess.
Thank you again, ladies. Can we have a round of applause for Carla and Molly? You guys doing that?
Me first, yes.
Thank you again, everyone. My hands go up to each and every one of you for being here today. Aishka.
What a start to the morning. Oh my gosh. I can't tell you how excited I get just to be among such powerful women in these spaces and learning from them. And all of these women I've either observed or sat down with and spent time with. And it's just incredible. It really rings true to our theme this year, rooted in tradition while our roots continue to grow. We have a large focus on first foods because for us, our first foods contribute to our overall health. That includes physical, mental, spiritual, and you'll see that theme throughout these 2 days. Thank you so much to the panel. Our next item, we're going to share with you a film, a short film before we go to break. And there might be some familiar faces, but I encourage you to stay seated for a few more minutes while we watch the film Hasu.
If I was an eel, I feel like it would be very free. You've been making your journey throughout your whole life, and all these years, you know what you're doing and you know where you're going. The ones before you also did that journey. And when the dams came, that's probably when it got frightening. Because I don't know what to do. Where do I go from here? Who is going to help me get to where I need to be? So
Nice and even. So about, that should be plenty. Go ahead. And I remember as a little girl, my grandpa, he loved to share stories with us about our land, our homelands, and our foods, and the things that he missed. He missed being able to catch the lamprey, the eel, as you catch them at night, dive into the water and get the lamprey that were attached to the walls of the dam, because the dam was preventing them from swimming further down. He would describe it as a ripple. You could see in the water, there were so many. They're all tied to those old stories that are way older than us because they helped to form this land. Our lamprey has been here way before we were even born.
We found fossils of them 450 million years old, and the fossils are the exact same as the fish are now. But lamprey were in their perfect stage almost 500 million years ago. For lamprey, they will be born in the freshwater. They'll hatch out, and they instantly just bury themselves into the sediment in the streams and live there for, we're finding out, up to 15 years now. And then they go to the ocean, and then they come back and spawn. For lamprey, they have a tough time making over the dams. Even as adults, they can't swim very well. So theoretically, for self-sustaining populations, free-flowing river, that would be the biggest thing that it would take, for sure. All right, I try to grab it by the head, and then I'll walk it over and then put it on the table. We need to do something to advocate for these fish or protect them, because you got an animal that is literally older than trees on Earth. I saw my first one fishing on the South Brook of the Salmon when I was 28 years old, and that was the first time I'd ever actually seen one in person. To me, it was almost like reading about something in a book. You hear stories about it, or you can see pictures of it, but I didn't have any physical, tangible evidence other than the stories that my dad told. My passion for lamprey came from my dad, Elmer Crow. Ever since he was a child, Brother Eel was a part of his life, not only for subsistence for our people, but just seeing them in the streams. And as he got older and they started not seeing him as much, he always thought to himself, is this the last lamprey I'm going to see? And then it finally got to a point where he said, I got to do something. I wouldn't even be able to hold a candle to the way that his world lit up, or his eyes. Oh, Brother Eel, he would say. It was contagious. And I think that's what helped build the buy-in to help and restore these animals.
What Elmer was doing in his role at fisheries was just bringing the eels back to our people. In his own words, we're all a part of that circle, and the eel is a part of that. And so when one of us need help within that circle, what do?
Help them.
We help them. Yeah, we help them. That's what we do. We don't just keep moving ahead. Oh, I need to get here. We stop and we help them so that we're all moving together. So that's who Elmer was. That's
Okay.
who Elmer Crow was. Every spring, we honor our foods, the first foods that binds us to the lands, and it binds us to each one of these foods that to say thank you for returning, and thank you for feeding us.
Lamprey have 3 times the nutrients, pound for pound, that a salmon does. So one lamprey would feed a family for a night or two. It got us through for thousands of years. That's why we need to do all we can to help keep the species alive. So that's one of the reasons why we did the translocation program. It's our way of letting them bypass all the dams and the obstacles and the predators that they would normally have to make or pass to get up into this area. It's just kind of our way of giving them a ride and saving them the energy so they get up this far. We take genetic samples of every fish that we release. There we go. So we could track how big of an impact our translocation program is having, even not just up here, but downriver, for the amount of lamprey that are coming back. A lot of the work that needs to be done to bring species like the lamprey back to historical levels, it's expensive. I think one of the biggest things in the local level for sure is just education and outreach on them. So I'll lay it down and then cover its head. I don't know how many thousands of kids that I've given presentations to in this area that have never even heard of lamprey. And I think it's good for us, not only physically, but mentally and emotionally and for our soul to be able to just have those things that have always been a part of us since time immemorial. Brother Eel is a big part of that.
So when I say these stories are older than us, that's what I mean. They're as old as the rocks, as old as the river. That's how long Eel has been maintaining that purpose and direction in his life. It's often overlooked in so many ways. What I think the tribe is doing is to help them not only to survive, but to thrive by providing that assistance they need to get up to where they need to go to, and then in building habitat and clean water and all those things that a eel would need.
The hand length in between. Oh, you got it. Oh, there you go.
You're okay, buddy. Like the eel, just like us as Nez Perce people, is that you're trying to wiggle. You can just feel that power in them. There's so many obstacles and there's so many devious ways in which our people have been treated. But we know where we need to go and we know where we need to be, and we just have to really push hard. We try our very best to get out to all the places, to visit, to say prayers, to touch the earth so that the land knows us. Our cultural learning and teachings is right here in these lands. That noise, though, I mean, I didn't know they made that noise. I am willing to share what I know with whoever would want to learn. And so that's what I'm trying to teach my children, to share, but to speak up for what you believe. He's trying to grab a rock. For us older people, it's comforting to know when you've learned all you can learn and your time is to leave, that someone will know how to sing the songs. Can you hear them? Someone will know what foods to place next to me. Someone will know the way to grieve. That's pretty neat. Once I live under the earth, someone will know how to conduct our giveaways and our ceremonies. Someone will know the language. You know, those things are so important. If we forget those, then we forget our promise to the Creator to be who we are.
Our next panel is one that we've titled Big Fish Stories. And what it really focuses on is the large 80+ pound salmon we no longer see anymore, and the stretches of river those salmon can no longer reach. So I'm really honored today to introduce a dynamic panel that's being moderated by Dave Johnson. Dave Johnson is a policy analyst and the former department manager for the Nez Perce Tribe Fisheries Department. With 190 employees, a $27 million annual budget, and 8 offices located in 2 states, the Nez Perce Tribe's Fisheries Department is one of the largest tribal fisheries programs of any of the tribes in the United States. Dave had been the manager for the program since 2002 and has worked for the tribe for over 35 years. He recently stepped down from that role to finish up some final projects before retiring at the end of this year. Dave was also employed as fisheries biologist with the Forest Service and the Bureau of Indian Affairs. He has a bachelor's and master's degree in biology from Northern Arizona University and is an enrolled member of the Navajo tribe. Please welcome Dave.
Thanks, Kaylani. Great panel here this morning. So let me read something on each of the presenters, and then I want to say a few words, and then we'll get into some questions. So on my right here is Linda Mapes. Linda specializes in coverage of the environmental and indigenous cultures and governments. Over the course of her 27-year career as a reporter at the Seattle Times, she earned numerous awards, including twice winning the International 2019 and 2012 Kavli Gold Award for Science Journalism from the American Association for the Advancement of Science, the world's largest professional science association. Shows she is a science writer of excellence. She and a team of journalists, Seattle Times, are finalists for the 2025 Pulitzer Prize for Local Reporting. She's written 7 books, including most recently, The Trees Are Speaking, Dispatches from the Salmon Forests, just published by the University of Washington Press. She's a winner of the 2021 National Outdoor Book Award and 2021 Washington State Book Award for Nonfiction. She's an associate of the Harvest Forest and lives in Seattle. Our next presenter is Arnold Thomas. He's Shoshone-Paiute and vice chair of the Shoshone-Paiute tribe. Mr. Thomas, an elected tribal leader and current vice chair for the Shoshone-Paiute tribal nations, Duck Valley Indian Reservations of Nevada and Idaho. Mr. Thomas obtained his master's degree in social work from the University of Utah and is the first ever clinical chaplain ecclesiastically endorsed by the North American tribal faith traditions. Councilman Thomas presently is a member of the Upper Snake River Tribes Coalition. And Davis Washines Yellowash. Davis Washines Yellowash is a member of the Yakama Nation, retired from law enforcement in 2014 after 30+ years of service, including 3 terms as chief of police for the Yakama Nation and the Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission. He has served on the executive board of the Yakama Tribal Council and on Yakama General Council as executive chairman. As a youth educator, he directed the Yakama Nation Youth Summer Camp for several years and was a paraprofessional and middle school guidance counselor for the Wapato School District, as well as a Yakama language instructor in high school. He is on the board of trustees for the Pacific Northwest University of Health Sciences and on the Native American Advisory Board as vice chairman for the Burke Museum at the University of Washington. Yellowash is called upon in tribal communities of the region to conduct traditional ceremonies because of his knowledge of his native language, culture, and oral traditional history of Native people, land, and cultural resources. He also carries the Lakota name of Yellowash Tay, bestowed by Yakama elder at Crazy Horse School, Pine Ridge, South Dakota, in 1995 at a traditional gathering. Welcome, Yellowash. So let me start off with kind of laying the context of the panel. I think what Carla Heigl or Carla Tamantua talked about last time really sets it up. And she was talking about we need someone to know how to do these things. Because if you folks don't know, if it isn't being passed on, it goes away. And we got to consider that in context of the runs today. So when the treaties were made with the Pacific Northwest tribes in 1855, there were 10 million salmon coming up the Columbia River. Those salmon were harvested, over-harvested, dams were built, the Waihe River was dammed up, Snake River, Clearwater River, running through Nez Perce Reservation was dammed up. These runs were decimated by the time we first started seeing Bonneville Dam and those others being built on the main stem Columbia River. The runs and the promises that they had with them relative to being able to live off these salmon forever, it was abrogated almost immediately. Within 2 generations, these runs were hit the ground. And so there still are salmon, and there still are people, of course, that fish for salmon in the Columbia River and have always done that. But it really is important to remember that. It is important to remember that people need to know that. So these people here today, we've all carried on in conditions in which the runs have collapsed. We have to know that. There's going to be someone speaking tomorrow, Tobias from Germany. I was able to go to Germany this year we did a presentation, a movie that we showed over there. And his words were really sobering. What he told us was that they don't have salmon anymore. They have destroyed the rivers. They have destroyed these fish. So it is not something that we need to treat as being something that doesn't happen, that can't happen. It can and it has. And I think if only for people like you, for organizations like this that really want to keep these fish in the Northwest, that we need to sustain this effort. Rise up Northwest in unity. It needs to happen now more than ever. So, but again, I think a lot of the context of this is we need to listen to people here tell us about how we're carrying on in this day and age, because others need to know that. Others that follow us need to know the importance of these fish. They need to know where the fish go, where they went. These folks here know that because of their elders, in no small part. Yes, there are runs still going up the Columbia and up the Snake, but where they were really magnificent, when they really came back in abundance, it's the elders, the ancestors that really experienced that, unfortunately. Now, I want to give one uplift to that decline in the runs is, in my opinion, what's happened is that when tribes really came onto the scene in the 1970s and the 1980s, being given the wherewithal to do something about the extent of the runs and how they were happening, that really changed some things. It really changed the predicament of salmon in several places. Nez Perce country, where I work, I mean, Fall Chinook were just about gone. They were virtually extinct. But the Nez Perce tribe, others have put those fish back in the river. We've got runs lately that have been, in my mind, something to be so proud of, with 40,000 Fall Chinook coming back up into the Snake River. Coho salmon were extirpated in the Snake River Basin, and due to the effort of the tribes, we've brought them back. So much of the land and the environment in which these fish were from was misused, for another word. I mean, there was a lot of logging. There's a lot of people throughout the Northwest who gained an income, have had livelihoods for generations on essentially use of the land, but in a lot of ways it was done not compatible with the people or the fish that live there along with it. So the tribes have really taken that to task. We've really gone out there and tried to help to make sure that some irrigation diversions are run the right way, trying to repair a lot of the damage that has been done in logging and mining on federal lands and on private lands too, to try and work with landowners there to try and do things better, to show that we can share this environment with the fish. And so I think that's kind of the uplift if I can. I think you need to help maintain this trajectory. There is a way. We don't have to be like Germany. We can do things that actually have these fish remain and are sustained into the future. So I hope, I'm really honored to be here to kind of kick this panel off. And like I say, they are the ones who remember these things through their ancestors and through their time. So I do want to have them talk to us about that. So I want to start with Arnold Thomas and Yelwash. Take me back to your younger years, growing up in your homelands and what you experienced in your youth. So Arnold, if you could please start with that.
Like to say good morning to each and every one of you. Shannon, Wheeler, and Council for NESCRS, thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to gather to come back to the territory here. Want to acknowledge each and every one of you that are here, from the youngest to the oldest, Shoshone, Paiute, Duck Valley, from our Sundance Society. We send our well wishes, good health, good blessings to your respective homes, your home fireplaces, your home ceremonial places of worship that you gather. Also, we gathered with the Nature Conservancy down with the grandmothers down in Kramer Lake, where the stone woman is. And at that time, we extended the invitation to different elders from United States and Canada. We had traditional chiefs from the Akwesasne Mohawk Nation, along with clan mothers, grandmothers come. So again, from those ceremonies in the last year, they send their well wishes of good health, happiness, of a good mind, of Thanksgiving to each and every one of you and your respective homes, your respective fireplaces, your tribal nations, and the bloodline that you come from. So growing up, we are up in the Owyhee area, Nevada. It's hard to fathom that fish would migrate all the way to Owyhee, Nevada, into Nevada. Now, I'm from the sheep eater clan of the Shoshone, the mighty snake, those are all in blocked areas. But the sheep eaters, part of my ancestry ties into Yellowstone, Montana, the Sunshine people that lived there in Yellowstone area for years. So I make reference to that because growing up, the migration of fish stopped once at Hell's Canyon and then further up into the Owyhee complex. So there was no migration of salmon. The 230 some odd anadromous fish never made it up into the Owyhee, to the Owyhee Canyonlands, up further into our community, into Nevada. But there's evidence of those large fish in photos and stories of our elders. So growing up, I did have eyesight, so growing up, we hunted various game, deer, rabbits, course, we have 3 lakes, so we did fish in our lakes, but again, there was no migration of all the beautiful fish that all your relatives have survived on because of the blockage of private federal dams over all those years. So growing up, we survived, of course, eating rabbits and squirrels and sage hen and harvesting choke cherries and other berries and other roots. So hopefully that answers your question, Dave, that again, the aspect of resiliency is one that we've been sharing throughout the world, you know, because at the core of a resilient individual is the DNA. And that DNA is connected to the 4 basic elements of life: the air, the water, the fire, the earth. And within that genetic composition, the 4 elements have laws that pertain to them, as our grandmothers have mentioned earlier, the laws of nature, the laws of spirituality that have been here since the beginning of time. And we continue to remind those individuals in our government to government meetings that there are laws that need to be adhered to, as referenced earlier by Dave, that they forgot about those laws over in those countries where they killed all the deer, all the rabbits. And so the effort was to come here to the new land. And so again, we continue to remind those agencies that we do have laws that pertain to us as a human being. And it's not a Native American philosophy, but it's a human being instruction, as indicated earlier by the ladies, the female that were making reference earlier to some of the original teachings.
Same question for you. Take me back to your younger years, growing up in your homelands and what you experienced in your youth.
Good morning. I'd like to start out by introducing what is a June hog. The largest salmon ever caught in the Columbia River were summer Chinook destined for the tributaries in the interior and upper Columbia River Basin, primarily in Washington and British Columbia. The fish began arriving in the upper mainstream Columbia and its tributaries in June. Because of the size of the fish, they came to be known as the June hogs. 3 to 4 feet in length and weighing more than 60 pounds were common. Angus MacDonald, who was in charge of the Hudson Bay Company post at Fort Colville, just downstream from Kettle Falls, from 1852 to 1872, he said, "Salmon as heavy as 100 pounds have been caught at those falls." The Spokane Spokesman Review newspaper reported on September 21st, 1900, that 2 Chinook salmon were caught at the mouth of the Little Spokane River, one weighing 50 pounds and the other 52 pounds. The Upper Columbia United Tribes Fishery Center at Eastern Washington University has a photo of a 4-foot-long, 64-pound salmon caught in the Spokane River in the spring of 1937. A transcript of an interview with a woman whose husband caught the fish. The lady, her name was Christine Lebret, reported that the salmon run stopped in 1939, which was 1 year after the construction of the Grand Coulee Dam, which blocked the passage of the June hogs. Within the Columbia River Basin, there are approximately over 400 dams in 7 western states and British Columbia. Just 40 miles from here, it begins with the Bonneville Dam, which opened in 1937. These photos that you see are from the U.S. Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Oregon Historical Society, and the Maritime Museum in Astoria, Oregon. We're going to start in the beginning or as our elders tell us, since time immemorial. The Burke Museum, the University of Washington, in their collection, they have a 900,000-year-old fossil of a sockeye salmon that was collected in the Skokomish River, which is in the Puget Sound. The average lifespan of a salmon is approximately 5 years. So what we're talking about, what this fossil represents, is 180,000 generations. This fossil is a testament to what our elders have always told us, that since time immemorial, the creation stories, that salmon is first in line of all of our first foods during our feasts and other important meals, during our wake ceremonies, memorials, name giving, or as my brother says, name calling. And so to me, what this fossil, 900,000-year-old of a sockeye represents is, what we've always been taught by our elders. I'd like to share a story. This was when I was a police chief back in the early 80s. An elder councilman, he said he was up in Anchorage, Alaska, at a salmon conference. As he was leaving the meeting, another elder stopped him and asked him, "Are you from the Columbia River?" And the Yakima councilman said, "Yeah, I'm from the Yakima Nation on the Columbia River." The elder said, "I want to share a story with you." He said, "When I was a young boy fishing with my grandfather off the west coast of Vancouver Island, we caught this huge fish, this huge salmon, and it was way bigger than me." And he said, "My eyes lit up, dollar signs came into my eyes. What we were going to get with this big fish, this big salmon." He said, when they put it on the boat, his grandpa told him, "We have to let this one go. We have to put it back into the water." He said, I asked my grandpa, "Why? Why? This is a big fish. Why do we have to put it back into the water?" And his grandpa says, "Because this fish was not meant for us. This fish was not meant for us. This fish was meant for those Indians that live on the Columbia River. That's why we have to put it back. Because this huge fish has a long way to travel, over 1,000 miles. And it needs all the energy and it needs all its strength to travel up the Columbia River. Not only for food for those people, but also to reproduce way up in where it was born. That's why we have to put it back." And I thought about that story. And I think that his grandfather heard that teaching from his grandfather. And his grandfather heard that teaching from his grandfather. And to me, that's a testament to this word that we use today called collaboration. There was a collaboration between his grandfather remembering why they had to put this fish back into the river. And so today, we don't have these June hogs. Sometimes the largest fish that we ever caught when I was fishing on the river were maybe 35, 40 pounds. Earlier this year down in Brookings, Oregon, it's on the coast, a fisherman caught a salmon that was 53 pounds. But that was a different run. So, and in my family, as is all families, we have stories. We have what you call the oral tradition. And the last story that I remember being told to me was when one of our relatives caught a salmon that was 74 pounds. So this is kind of an introduction to you. And I have those photos on the end. So my lovely assistant,
Oh, there you go.
this one up here, and it'll be over at the fisheries booth, but this photo here was caught in Astoria, Oregon about 1910 at the docks there. The one on this one here, 116 pounds. The one on the right here, 121 pounds. These fish were salted down in 100-pound barrels, and they were sent to Europe on sailing ships. Then this other one here, this guy here, this fisherman again, Astoria, Oregon, was 1925, 85 pounds. And this is the same fish, but you can see there's a different guy holding it. I think this was the cannery owner, wanted the picture, but just kind of gives you an idea. You know, we can talk about it and we can describe it, but you gotta, when you put it in perspective in terms of how they were called super salmon for a reason. And there's one more. This one here, this was caught in 1935. Again, Astoria, Oregon. So, thank you, David. So, I just wanted to give everyone a perspective when we talk about, this morning you heard about things that we have lost and we almost lost. I really appreciate the Nez Perce film about our elder, Mr. Crow. When I was on the Intertribal Fish Commission, they called him Eelmer Crow because of his work. So that was, I really enjoyed that message. And so as a part of this effort, Rise Up Northwest in Unity, we had an elder and one of our staff asked him, Mr. Yellop, since Bill Yellop Sr., Mr. Yellop, what do you want us to do as staff people, as fishery staff people? And you know, elders are they don't mess around in their words. They're very short and concise. And he said, make it the way it was. Make it the way it was. And so that's in our program, the fisheries, the Yakama Nation fisheries, we have that to honor, to respect, and to restore. I don't know if we'll ever see in our future generations an 85-pound super salmon up the river. But that doesn't mean we don't do all we can to save what we have. There are 16 species listed in the Columbia River Basin. 4 of those, we don't see them anymore. Of the 12 remaining, 7 are on the ESA. So, and we know, because history tells us what happened to the June hogs when they put in Bonneville Dam, when they put in Grand Coulee Dam, and all of the other 388 other dams in the Columbia River Basin. So the message is very clear. Dams do not only, and I just learned this word, enfeebled. I think that's a legal term. Dams have enfeebled fish to migrate and return on the Columbia. Not only that, but the habitat also suffers. You know, invasive species and everything else. So we know what's causing major problems and why, you know, one time they say there were 16 million salmon come up the basin. So we know what happened when they started mating these. I had a granddaughter. We were coming down the river. We were coming down and by the Dalles, and she said, "Tilla," and that's, you know, Grandpa, that's a big pond. That's a really big pond, you know, and it's true. So I was asked to talk about, now you can either say big fish stories or you can say big fish stories. So if you, those of you that are English majors, so, and I hope that, you know, about a little awareness to what we once had and encourage us to work that much harder. And I want to congratulate everybody. But you know what they say, you know what the reward for good work is? It's more work. So thank you.
Get to work. I guess Yellow Ash has retired 3 times, I think. Okay, next panelist, Linda Mapes. So Linda, a couple questions for you. When did your passion for orcas begin? And can you talk about how salmon size has impacted orcas and their diet?
Speaking of lovely assistants, I brought these for a reason. I want to start by saying it's an immense honor to be on the panel with these elders and experts. I want to thank Shannon Wheeler, Chairman, for inviting me to speak today. And I want to thank all of you for being here. I know in conversation with a lot of you, we've all been sharing how important it feels to be together here at this time. So thank you for your work in each and every one of you, in all the ways that you care and in all the ways you're contributing. So why did I bring the bear and the orca? I brought them because these relatives of yours are starving and they are suffering. This is Quiltomanston in the language of the Lummi people, the people who live under the sea. This is one of your relatives, and it's one of the reasons we're here together. This is Bear. So you ask me, Dave, what happens when salmon have diminished both in size and in number. What that means for your relatives is the same thing that it means for you. They're not getting the food that they need. Neither is the landscape, the streams themselves, the land itself. Because these fish, they are what feeds not only all of us, but everything that sustains us. The whole web of life here in the Columbia Basin, in salmon country. They sustain not only salmon people, but all of your other relatives. So I want to talk a little bit about some of what I've learned over the last 3 decades working in your territory about how the big river, the Nichiwana, has been changed as it's been transformed to a series, yes, of ponds. Your granddaughter was right, to slack water. So the top fish today in the Columbia by size is actually shad, an introduced fish, a foreign fish. So in the springtime, you will get as many as 8,000 shad per hour crossing Bonneville Dam. It is not at all unusual in the last 20 years for there to be 4 to 8 million shad coming into the Columbia River system. And they're vectored ever deeper into your territory by the fish ladders at the dams. Why is this happening? It's happening because summer temperatures in the Columbia and Snake now are up 2.7 degrees Fahrenheit since 1960. That is the combined effect of climate change and the dams. And so what we have created is a place that's perfect for warm water fish, pond fish, a paradise for crappie, for bass, for catfish, for shad, and alarmingly, walleye, which eats salmon, baby salmon. And so the Columbia River, incredibly today, has become a destination fishery for not Cole Thomaston, not for bear, not for the salmon people, but for sport fishermen coming here from the Midwest to get championship walleye, bigger than they can catch back home, bigger than, in fact, they've ever seen. And they're fishing them from those ponds in front of the dams. So what happens when the big fish, the salmon that are supposed to be here, don't come back? I want to pause for a moment and bring back into your mind the pictures of those big fish that you saw, the June hogs that used to lumber up the Columbia. And I want you to think for a moment of the word normal. We look at those fish and we think those are freakishly large. How could there ever have been such a thing? Actually, that's what normal looks like. That is what this Columbia Basin produces and should be producing today. There's a wonderful map on one of these vendor tables being put out by the Idaho Conservation League, and it shows all the territory available for salmon above the Snake River dams. Much of it federal wilderness area, much of it quite perfect for salmon. As we all know, and as I was just saying, the salmon today are living in a very, very altered habitat. If they could just get to the places that are still there for them, it's not too late and it's not over. It's very important to remember that. And why does it matter? Because right now, you do not have the big fish coming back. In fact, you don't even have very many fish coming back. You might get 1 million in a very good year. So that means suffering for people culturally, nutritionally, higher levels of everything that you don't want, from being overweight to diabetes to high blood pressure, and a growing disconnect to the land itself. When there aren't fish to catch anymore in that basin where the Tucannon River is now swallowed whole by the reservoir of the Lower Snake River dams, your family doesn't go there anymore. As Joe Oatman was telling me when we recently talked about the Columbia Snake System. Little by little, there's just less reason to be here. And so the stories aren't told. The gathering doesn't happen. Those times together, because it's about more than eating a meal. It's that time together. But when the fish aren't there, the land is silent, the water is quiet. and it misses you. Let's talk about the orca. My passion for the orca, to answer your question, Dave, began in 2018 when Mother Orca Tahlequah was carrying her baby that lived for only 1/2 hour for 17 days and more than 1,000 miles through the Salish Sea. And we at the Seattle Times made a decision that we were going to stay with her and that this would be a story of witness. We would follow her everywhere she went for as long as it took to tell the story of this mother who just happened to be a whale. And I will tell you, as a reporter who's been in this business for a very long time, that story touched people in a way that nothing else I have ever written, or few things ever have. Why is that? Because everyone who'd ever lost anything in their life knew or felt they had some idea what she was going through. So by the time she finally, I won't say dropped the calf, I think it probably just fell apart. I don't think she ever would have let it go. By the time that day came, there were 6 million people reading that story around the world, and they still talk about her. And that is because she broke through the noise of the orca, that they're not just random black and white wildlife swimming around out there. They are an ancient society, and they are in family groups, and they love one another. And so what scientists will tell you, and I think she told us, was that she was grieving. It's not that she didn't know the calf had passed. It's not that she didn't understand what was happening. It's that she had carried this baby within her for 18 months and couldn't bear to let it go. And so for 17 days and 1,000 miles, she carried a 3-foot long, 600-pound calf and had to reach down and catch it one more time with her teeth every time she took a breath to make sure the water wouldn't carry it away. Now, if that doesn't touch you, you probably shouldn't be a reporter anymore. And it touched me deeply, and it's never stopped holding my heart. So why are the orca having so much trouble? Orca, the southern resident orcas, the JK and L pods, the Quoltomachton, they're obligate salmon eaters. They do not eat seals. They don't eat anything but salmon. And the salmon they need the most is Chinook. Let's think about how long they've been in these waters. So they have been out there foraging for their families for some 12,000 years. They co-evolved with the salmon people. They know your songs. Think how much things have changed for them in just the very short time of my totem animal, L25. She's still out there foraging for her family, and we think she was born in about the 1930s. So that puts her in her 90s. That means she was born before the construction of any of the Columbia River dams, including the Lower Snake River dams. In fact, she was out there when some of those big fish, yellow wash, were in the water. So to them, that's what dinner looks like. So what are they getting today? And what effect is that having? The salmon are smaller. The salmon are younger. An 80-pound June hog? I don't think so. Today, the salmon are just a snack. They have dwindled over the last 40 years and dwindled and dwindled. This means several things. It means that the thousands of pounds of nitrogen and phosphorus, precious nutrients for the land, are no longer being brought back to the streams and to the land. This is the food for the next generation. 40% of the carbon that are in a baby coho smolt comes from the salmon that were there the year before. These fish create all the nutrition that grows the algae that those baby fish need to eat, the periphyton, that yummy green slime on the rocks. And of course, these fish also feed, we know, at least 137 species of wildlife directly, everything from bears to bugs to birds. So where are we? Today, we have 40% fewer Chinook than we did in 1976 in the Columbia. And the size of a 4-year-old Chinook is down from 25 pounds and 38 inches. Today, maybe you might get 12, you might get 15. These fish are 20% lighter and they're 7% shorter than they were. You know what? The orcas are smaller too. They're shorter. The younger orcas in the pods are not as big as the older fish like L25. The older orcas like L25 because they're not getting as much food. They're significantly smaller in body size. It isn't just the sheer numbers of the fish and the lack of their size. It's the loss of diversity. There used to be 396 populations that fed the southern resident killer whales in their different travels from California all the way up to Southeast Alaska. Today, 159 of those populations are gone. What does that mean? It means gaps in their seasonal gathering year, just like yours. Chum are also depleted. And so our work ahead isn't just about recovering the existing stocks. It's about bringing back that diversity. And it is about bringing back the habitat so that these animals have what they need to survive. And as my friend Angela Jackson at Nez Perce says, when you take care of the salmon, you take care of everything else. And that includes your relatives. Thank you.
Okay, the final question for the round here is, Mr. Thomas, start with you. What is your hope for the future? That question will be for everybody. What is your hope for the future?
Hope for the future. So at ATNI here in the spring, we presented regarding the protection of the Waihe Canyon lands. And Senator Whiting from Oregon wanted tribes and tribal nations to be involved with the protection of the Waihe Canyon lands. It's the best kept secret in the lower 48 next to the Grand Canyon. So we presented a resolution there. Oregon Desert Association, Austin, Ryan, Houston, we co-authored a resolution. So the senator wanted tribal involvement, so we were recruited from Duck Valley to present a resolution to council, which was approved along with Klamath Falls tribe and Fort McDermott tribe. And in the spring, ATNI approved the resolution for protection of the Waihe Canyon lands. The goal is to protect it from any future mining development. As I mentioned earlier, at one time, all the fish that you just heard about and that was referenced migrated up into the Waihe Canyon lands and further south into Nevada. In 2 weeks, we'll present at NCAI in Seattle for additional support with the resolution. And eventually the goal is to present at the United Nations regarding the protection of the Waihe Canyon lands. So Senator Whiting would like tribal support. So we made the effort and had the vision to protect a portion of southeastern Oregon, southwestern Idaho. We currently have scenic rivers protection for the Waihe Canyon lands along with other federal protections. So the goal is eventually, when asked, what do you want protected? All of the Waihe Canyon lands. It's one of the best kept secrets in the lower 48. Similar to Yellowstone, the waters of the Yellowstone, the headwaters. So when we presented that ATNI, Leonard Forbes, the president, caught me in the elevator. He said, you referenced my grandfather. And I referenced his grandfather, Chief Seattle. Some of the songs that were shared over the years through my travels up into Canada reference our relatives who ride on the big canoes there on the canoe journey. And when they reference whatever happens within the web will eventually happen to us as human beings. And I know for a fact that the Northwest tribes and the territory are currently free of any quagga ziegler mussels. A few years ago, when the Akwesasne, the Haudenosaunee, came to the middle of North America and presented a ceremony for condolence to forgive what transpired to our Indigenous people in North America. The memories of what occurred when we lost family members over hundreds of years, what we seen, what we heard, what we tasted, the dust in our ears, the memories of what we heard regarding those horrific acts, the dust in our throat from not being able to speak about the grief or the trauma. So when they conducted the ceremony, they utilized coho shells from the ocean, purple, white shells to reference the 13 different teachings within that ceremony. And when the chiefs conducted the ceremony, all the tribal nations of North America were on the east side and the north of the middle of that river of the United States, and all the tribes from the south and the west were on the west side of the river. And when they conducted the ceremony, they brought the beads there and shared them with us to condole what's transpired for the last 500 years. So we could be at a place mentally, emotionally, physically, and spiritually to be able to listen to our ancestors from what they're trying to inspire us to and how to conduct what needs to be taken care of to protect the chief salmon. So the ceremony was about truth and reconciliation and having a good mind and peace within. All that's transpiring now, I encourage each and every one of you, Shannon and the other tribal leaders that are here, to continue to speak on the behalf of creation. Because they're watching, they're listening, all the way from China. So that's a part of the vision through the ceremonies that has come about to what the elders have talked about. They're waiting for us to give them that guidance and direction because they forgot.
Thank you. And Linda, what is your hope for the future?
My hope for the future is abundance. I spent some time recently up in BC with a Simsam biologist by the name of Teresa Ryan, reporting a book that I just brought out called Dispatches from the Salmon Forest, The Trees Are Speaking. And we sat by the Sitka River on the east side of Vancouver Island, and she talked to me about their management and knowledge systems for this river and all rivers. In the big house, what you manage for is abundance. And when a chief has done the job well, the result is a feast. Everyone comes and celebrates, and there's joy. And there's so much salmon and so many other foods that come from the territory. This is not managing to beat extinction. This is managing for abundance. And she taught me how when the salmon come back in large numbers, you can even see it in the trees. You can see it in satellite imagery of the trees. They're brighter green because of all that nutrition that the salmon have brought back to the streams and to the land. You can see it in the trees themselves. If you core them, the big, fat, juicy rings, the big growth years correspond directly to the big salmon years. And you see it at night when all the animals come to feast, when the big salmon runs come, bear comes, coyote comes, mink comes, all the animals come and they feast and they drag those carcasses further into the forest, 15 kilometers even, feeding the land. And so that is my vision and my hope and my dream, is that abundance, because nature has that capacity. We have seen it in the Klamath. We have seen it on the Elwha. We have seen it everywhere that we have taken down dams, or we have taken out a dike, or we've taken out some piece of something somewhere that's blocking the thing that salmon need: cold, clean water running downhill. It's as simple as gravity. If they have what they need, salmon can do the rest. And then what we get is abundance. And that's what I hope for.
Thank you. Yellowash, close it up.
Sorry to hold you from lunch. So the question, what is your hope for the future? I think one of the things that we have to understand, especially in these times, in these challenging times, is what I've learned from leadership is before you give hope, you have to define what is the reality. And so to me, looking ahead, immediately, we had an historic agreement, the Columbia Basin Initiative, the 4 treaty tribes, Oregon, Washington, the federal government. After years and years of meetings and understanding that we should not be going, trying to resolve issues through litigation. Up in the Yakima Nation, we have what is called the Yakima River Integrated Plan. We got together with all the irrigators, the cities, the counties, orchardists, ranchers. This is the second year, or maybe longer, that the governor has declared a drought in the state of Washington. So what the integrated plan is a working effort to make sure that all the interests, participate. And as a senior rights water user, the Yakima Nation then has taken part of the leadership role along with the other entities in coming up with the integrated plan. That's what the Columbia Basin Initiative was all about. And for the immediate future, somehow, some way, that needs to be brought back. The reality is that was one thing that right now, the current administration is against. So I hope that through these types of gatherings, these types of coalitions, these types of collaborations, we are able to continue to work in spite of the change in the political landscape, but to continue to work on behalf of the river, the fish, as you heard, the wildlife, everything the ecosystem, everything is connected. And so I would say that is what we need to, what you call a call for action, is to do what we can to make sure that that document doesn't go away. And other than going to lunch, that's my take, sir. And for those of you that are so inclined, we'll have these pictures over there by, we have a booth over here, so you can say you went to run and you held a June hog. Hey.
Where's June? Where's June?
Well, thanks so much to the panel. I really appreciate what it is that you've had to say. I think you really talked to the spirit of the conversation and what it is that we're here to do. And I want to thank the audience so very much for your attention, your participation in this kind of event. It is going to require all of us over the next several years to pitch in and to try and make a difference for these fish. So what you are doing here today is a clear demonstration of that. Very much appreciate your interest and your efforts in what we're doing for these fish. Katsiayo, thank you very much.
So to start off, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Rachel Wilson. I go by my nickname Chetta, as most of you know. I am a member of the Nez Perce tribe. I was born and raised on the Nez Perce Reservation in Lapwai, Idaho. I currently serve as the communications manager for the Nez Perce tribe. I'm also a PhD student at Washington State University, where I will be wrapping up my PhD hopefully in May of 26. So yeah, go Cougs, woo! So I'd like to start our afternoon session off by introducing our MC. She's also going to be moderating this next panel. And you've seen her all morning. So Kaylani Scott is an enrolled member of the Spokane tribe. She also has strong Nez Perce ancestry. She grew up in Lewiston, Idaho area where she attended high school and subsequently college at Lewis Clark State College. She received her bachelor's degree in business and communications. From 2017 to 2022, she served as the communications manager for the Nez Perce tribe. Then at American Rivers, she served as the communications director for the Northwest region for over a year. She has continued her work with the Nez Perce tribe, providing communications consulting on the lower Snake River issues. She is the co-producer of Covenant of the Salmon People, which you will hear a little bit more about later. And she currently serves as the executive director for the Columbia Snake River campaign. Please help me welcoming Kaylani Scott.
Okay, not that I necessarily needed an introduction at this point, but that is me. I am honored to present this panel and help facilitate this conversation, which I think will be more of an organic dialogue among these three gentlemen I'm about to introduce you to. Initially, I will share that Chairman Wheeler was going to moderate this discussion, and he said, no, I think you should do it. And I think it's because he wanted to have a conversation with these folks. But I am honored to invite these folks forward. I've had the privilege of working with all of them in different capacities. And our first presenter is a brother of mine, Jamie Pinkham. Pinkham brings substantial Columbia Basin fisheries, and natural resources experience coupled with strong tribal governance policy credentials. He served in the Biden administration as the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of the Army Civil Works. Prior to this, he was CRITVIC's Executive Director, supporting the treaty tribes through policy, science, research, litigation, and outreach. Pinkham has also served as the Vice President of the Bush Foundation. Pinkham also spent 2 decades in the Pacific Northwest advocating for tribal sovereignty, self-determination, and treaty rights. He worked for the Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission as Watershed Department Manager. He has also worked for several state and federal agencies, as well as serving on the Nez Perce Tribal Executive Committee. Please welcome Jamie. Our next presenter is someone who has become a friend who I've been able to sit down and have conversations with, Mr. John Podesta. He served as a senior advisor to President Joe Biden for clean energy innovation and implementation. Podesta also served as a counselor to President Barack Obama, where he was responsible for coordinating the administration's climate policy and initiatives. In 2008, he served as co-chair of President Obama's transition team. He was a member of the UN Secretary General's high-level panel of eminent persons on the post-2015 development agenda. Podesta previously served as White House Chief of Staff to President William J. Clinton. He chaired Hillary Clinton's campaign for president in 2016. Mr. Podesta did plan to be here in person today, but flight cancellations have been an ongoing issue, and so he is joining us virtually. Please welcome Mr. Podesta. And our third panelist today needs no introduction, but who has been a strong mentor for me over the course of my career, Chairman Shannon F. Wheeler. Mr. Wheeler is currently serving his third term on NEPTIC. Additionally, Mr. Wheeler chaired numerous subcommittees while serving on the NEPTIC, including Budget and Finance, Land Enterprise Commission, Law and Order, and Climate Change and Energy. He served on the Affiliated Tribes of Northwest Indians Economic Development Committee. He also served as a board member for American Rivers and a variety of tribal boards and commissions. Mr. Wheeler has been an integral part of the Nez Perce tribe's economic growth in recent years. The tribe has invested in off-reservation businesses and has made strategic land purchases in Idaho, Washington, and Oregon, areas within the original territory of the Nez Perce people. He is deeply rooted in the protection of natural resources and has advocated in many forms for the continued support and preservation of these life sources. Please welcome Chairman Wheeler. So today's discussion really stems around the importance of state and federal partners, because the reality is the work that we do advocating for our life sources cannot be done without these partners. Even through their connections alone, there are big moves and big changes they can make that will benefit this entire country. And it's through these partnerships and collaborations that these things became possible and just a little bit easier in some ways. We've also experienced partnerships that are not easy to come by or are not welcomed, and we continue to work through those. One thing that I've learned working with Chairman Wheeler is he said, everybody will always have a seat at the table. Even if they have to step away for a while, that seat will remain open to them. And that's something that I've tried to lead with going forward. And as I've listened to Mr. Podesta, and he's a straight shooter, but he gets it, he expresses the same sentiments. And with my brother Jamie here, I can't tell you how many mutual friends we have that we very rarely agree on with certain items, but we maintain those friendships because we're all here for similar purposes. We all have things in common, and that's what we choose to focus on. So we have an excellent discussion here lined up for you to talk about the importance of these partnerships. Now, John, I'd love to just start with you and dive on into it. You've worked with multiple federal administrations. How did you manage to move issues forward, especially in ones that weren't so friendly?
Kaylani, it's great to be with you, and I wish I was there in person. I think we have Alaska Airlines to thank for a bunch of cancellations. So I'm sorry that I didn't make it up to Portland this morning. Maybe it's worth just reflecting a little bit on how I got involved, particularly with the Columbia Basin issue, which is I had come back to work for President Biden to implement the Inflation Reduction Act. And I had only been on that job for a couple of months after the passage of the act. And I think Chairman Wheeler and some of the other leaders of the tribes had come out for the tribal summit in late 2022, if my memory serves me. I think Chair Brigham was there, maybe Chair Lewis, and they asked for a meeting with me, and agreed to the meeting. I sat down with people in the Eisenhower Executive Office building in a kind of big fancy ceremonial room. And I spent the first half of the meeting trying to explain to them that this really wasn't in my portfolio, that I couldn't really help because I had a different job in this administration. But someone must have told them that I was someone who had really taken an interest in conserving the natural resources of the country and was committed to honoring the trust and treaty rights that the United States had entered into. So they asked to see me, and at the end of the meeting, after we talked a little bit about what particularly the four 1855 treaty tribes were up to and what they had been able to accomplish with the state of Washington and the state of Oregon, said we just are asking you for one thing, which is come out and see for yourself. And so I made a commitment to do that, and I dragooned my friend Dave Turk, the Deputy Secretary of Energy, to come out with me. We went out there, and I think seeing is believing. I think I want to thank you, Kaylani, for taking on this role in the Columbia Snake River campaign. But seeing is believing, understanding is what I think needs to happen, and I think that's what the campaign is really all about. And I think being able to spend time with the leadership and with young people from the tribes, being able to participate in a First Foods celebration was, I think, meaningful to me, meaningful to Dave. I know it's good to see Jamie. I think Mike Connor, who he worked with for a number of years, all of us, Brenda Mallory, our head of CEQ, who was supposed to be, I think, in that early meeting in 2022 and was, I think, there, I think became committed to trying to create the kind of partnership that's really going to be necessary to restore healthy runs of salmon, steelhead, and other species in the river. We had an election. We had a reversal of fortune from my perspective. We have a different administration. But I think the way you started this off, I think, is right, which is continuing the work, to continuing to build a partnership, continue to be open to talk to even people who seem hostile at the moment is really going to be central to getting the work done, which will take a long period of time, but it can be done. And it may take a generation, but I think we need to stick with it and keep the commitment, I think, that President Biden was willing to make, which was to restore healthy and abundant native fish populations in the Columbia River Basin.
Thank you, John. What John failed to mention was what actually brought him in, and that was going to the Longhouse and trying eel for the first time. And John, you missed it. I will send you the link, but we watched a film about Hesu, which is the eel, and the work that's been done to restore them. Jamie, you've worked in various levels of government, and I'd love for you to share your experience of building relationships and finding paths of collaboration.
Good, thank you. And John, it's good to see you again. And as I get back here in my natural habitat, and I think the other part of the story that Kaylani forgot to tell was sitting on the floor for about 4 hours. It was a long day, but thank you for your staying power to do that. And also I want to acknowledge Chairman Wheeler, dear friend of mine, and Carla Twymantaw and I were on the tribal council back in February of 1999 when we passed the resolution that the official position of the tribe is the breaching of the four lower Snake River dams. And I'm really proud of Chairman Wheeler, our executive committee, for maintaining that stand. But, coming from Idaho, life is tough in Idaho if you're an Indian. Life is really tough for salmon, certainly for Democrats, and for environmentalists. But think about salmon eating Indian environmental Democrats like me. Life is extremely tough. Well, what that meant when I was at home in Nez Perce was about building these relationships to solve these really tough problems. You know, there's two approaches you can take. You can take the path of the peacemaker, as Billy Frank would call it, or the path of the warrior. Outcomes are different. And so we found ourselves at times when we could not find unity, we could not find compromise. It had to begin with trying to build relationships. And Chairman Penny at the time, he kept throwing me in the team. We have gaming compacts, we have the state lottery, we have water rights, we've got endangered species reintroduction. So I found myself constantly getting tossed into these negotiating teams to try to find peaceful solutions. And you got to learn, especially with a landscape that is very conservative. The ideology is so entrenched, is you've got to be able to find and start with relationships. And so we work hard on building relationships to open the door. And at times, getting to relationships, it requires grit. And I don't mean that kind of grit that is heartless. I mean the kind of grit where you find the confidence to get out and engage communities that you don't always agree with, to be honest and sincere in your listening, trying to find that common ground, the common messages, learning what is in their hearts and minds and comparing it to what is in your hearts and mind. So you got to find that grit and be willing to do what we called in the Army, be new, weird, and different. And that means you've got to be able to take a little bit of leap of faith and challenge the status quo. And I think there are times when I think about our treaty in 1855. I don't know if anybody's read our treaty, but there's this little section on our treaty that says the tribe promises to be friendly to the citizens of the United States. There's no reciprocity for the United States to be that way. But I always think that, our tribe and our tribal citizens have devoted themselves and honored that treaty commitment, even going as far as being in the military and serving in the wars across this nation, fighting for peace and democracy. So we continue to live by that treaty. To the best of our ability, we try to work with our neighbors to solve complex problems. But it takes time to build these relationships. And when we find ourselves getting to the point with our neighbors, with our adversaries, where we get to community readiness and community willingness, then a lot of things we find that are popular. So I have faith in the work that you've committed to do. It's going to take a long time. It's going to take some staying power, but we are working hard to find community willingness and community readiness to make the hard decisions and to begin to bring the change that is needed.
Thank you. Yeah, those 4 hours on the floor and having to wait to eat our huckleberries, right? Teaching us patience. I absolutely love this because it speaks so much truth. And we had great conversations and meetings in tough places among all of us. But just last year at Run, Chairman Wheeler organized a meeting with some farmers and irrigators. And it wasn't necessarily a comfortable space at first. But breaking down those barriers, we were able to have an in-depth conversation and really work towards finding solutions and common ground. And that's really what this work is all about. Chairman Wheeler, you've been on tribal council for multiple terms. How do you approach working across both aisles and advocating for consistent tribal consultation?
Thank you for allowing me to be here and not having to moderate and be able to sit with Amy and John, a good friend, John. Appreciate you taking the time out of your day to join us as well, and become a good friend. John has, and Jamie's always been a good relative and friend. And so when we think about these types of relationships that are being spoke of, when we first met John, I have to tell the story. Before we went down and had the traditional meal and sat on the floor for 4 hours and really took that in. We also did a plane flight over the Columbia River, the Snake River, then up into Nez Perce country, where you can see the transitions. You can see the levels of elevation, and I looked down and I told him, I said, what you're seeing down there, I actually see. I've been in that water. I've been in the gravel. I've been on those hillsides down there. I know what the temperature of that water feels like. And so, having that personable feeling and conversation with them to be able to ride in I don't know what kind of plane it was, but it was rather small, but
Small.
it was comfortable. It was comfortable, and sitting for 4 hours with John and being able to have these in-depth conversations and understanding of one another. And also, was one thing that after that, then we sat down and had a meeting, continued the larger meeting. I told him about uncomfortable rooms that we've been in the adversarial, I guess, the adversarial piece to breaching the four lower Snake River dams. And I said, well, here you can tell us things about what you're hearing and understand who we are as a tribal nation and what we're going through. But, when you're in the other rooms, when we're not there, what are you going to, how are you going to react to that pressure that you're going to receive from the other side? Because you will receive a lot of pressure from the other side. They're as committed on their end as we are on ours. And it was he gave me a great response because it was towards the end of the meeting, and he leaned over to me like this, and he goes, and leaned on me rather hard too. I don't cower down to nobody. And ever since then, I was like, I'm a John Podesta fan because he is, he means what he says, and he says what he means, and he's candid, he's concise, he's to the point, and along with Jamie as well. And that's the type of relationship that you need to have in order to move forward. John was representing the United States of America in these discussions. The Nez Perce Treaty is with the United States of America and its representatives. And the representatives, are the citizens of the United States and those people that are elected into positions to represent that voice. And we explained that, our position to the federal government. We explained it to state governments and county commissioners and municipalities that here's the way that we view our treaty and our partnership with the United States is that, this relationship is in the Constitution of the United States, and it is the rule of law. It's under Article 6, Clause 2, and that's exactly where it's at. And so, as Jamie mentioned, a portion of that was, we will not make war on citizens of the United States or other tribes, and so that's a part of it. But the greater obligation to the United States of America, whether it's Democrat or Republican, we're still subject to that obligation to the United States of America. We take oaths as well, and we honor that. And I think that's the way that we approach any type of discussions when we're talking at any level of government that may have issues that are something that we need to address. And so when we talk about those types of relationships, what's truly important, I think, is that candidness, the understanding of what a person can and can't do. John was very open about that. Jamie is very open about that at the U.S. Army Corps or Army Corps. And so, we're here to continue to work with the citizens of the United States of America. And I believe that the obligations from the Nez Perce are still intact. And the RCBA was a reaffirmation of that commitment.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. I think about this a lot, especially during challenging times or frustrating decisions that are made, like, rescinding the RCBA. And I remind myself that we too are still constituents of this administration, and our health and our well-being matter. And the federal administration, the state's administration should care about those things. And part of our health and well-being are our first foods, are our life sources, the water, the land. And so all of these pieces are combined. And what we often find in this work as we're advocating for these life sources is that they become politicized and they become partisan issues. And working through those barriers, like Chairman had mentioned, we really try to not play parties. We really try to focus on building relationships, whether it's Republican, Democrat, or otherwise. But it's challenging. And I think this is more of a discussion topic among the three of you, but would really love to hear, how do we work through these issues, ensuring that they are either nonpartisan or bipartisan matters, knowing they affect all of us and the government's constituents? Maybe Jamie, we'll start with you.
Thanks, Kaylani. And when you see the wide swings in political pendulums, you see this prolonged friction and this discourse and this gridlock, and you do worry whether common ground is going to become a rare, precious commodity. But I still have hope for bipartisan solutions, and it may take more time for us to get there. And maybe as more voters become frustrated with our current process, they start leaning toward more moderate or independent. Maybe it'll force to have more willingness to sit down to find bipartisan solutions than others. But I would also like to stress that we can't wait till Wednesday morning after an election to notice that we need issues to be bipartisan because we're in a minority. Bipartisan Day needs to be every day, just like Mother's Day and Earth Day needs to be every day. You know, we've got to live it constantly and daily. I felt some hope this Monday. I was reading E&E News and Linda Mapes, I'm sorry, I read multiple news outlets, but in E&E News, it was talking about the Senate just put together a public lands caucus. The House had done something similar, and a lot of this was in response to an earlier effort to sell off public lands. So you see bipartisan leadership going on, but I really feel that bipartisan leadership's got to start at the local level. It's got to start in our communities, reaching out and finding these alliances, opening our doors and getting to places of common understanding. And you know, as Kaylani and I've admitted, we've got friends that we don't always agree with. But sometimes fellowship is the best medicine you can have. And, you know, and I learned this working with the Idaho legislature, you never burn an issue over a single, or you don't burn a bridge over a single issue, because sometimes you're going to need one another. The other thing I wanted to share, when I was asked to serve in the administration, when I got called around Christmas time to come and work for the Army, you know, I thought, you know, why the hell me? You know, I'm an outsider from a community with a long-standing beef with the Army Corps of Engineers, and they said they picked me because I am an outsider. They didn't say anything about that beef that I had with the Corps of Engineers, but it was a great opportunity. And when I came in, I had to admit that I had this beef. So I admitted to General Graham on the Monday I was sworn in. I talked about kind of this biases and prejudices that I had with the Army Corps of Engineers. But I asked him to teach me, because there was a lot I didn't know. I didn't know a lot about navigation, deep ocean port navigation or river navigation. Didn't know a lot about storm and flood risk management and disaster response. And I needed him to open my eyes. And so I promised him that I was going to check my biases at the door so I could listen carefully and not just critically. I also asked him, test my theories and assumptions. And you know how liberating that can be when we get rid of our prejudices and our biases? For me, it was a tremendous learning exercise. And I feel it's that lesson is a great lesson for us to consider as we look to regain bipartisan strength.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious if you all have something to add to that, Mr. Podesta or Chairman. Yeah.
Go ahead, Shannon, then I'll jump in.
I think he wants you to go.
Okay. Well, look, I've had a long career in politics and in Washington, and I think that I was able to work across the aisle. I think this is we got to be honest with each other. I think this is a particularly challenging time because the division is so great and the rhetoric is so hot. I think particularly coming from the other side. The memorandum that President Trump signed, withdrawing the memorandum that President Biden signed, was titled Stopping Radical Environmentalism. Now, I didn't think actually restoring habitat, trying to honor trust and treaty obligations, trying to treat the precious resources of the Pacific Northwest, which is what makes it such a great place, an exercise of radical environmentalism, but they chose to frame it that way. But I don't think that I come back to what I said at the beginning, which is, and I think what Chair Wheeler noted, or maybe Keilani, you said, were referencing his advice, which is there's always a seat at the table. If we can find common ground, I think we should. There are people on the Republican side, like Mike Simpson, who are sympathetic to some of the issues that I think we're discussing. I think what politicians generally respond to is strong organizing, strong coalitions, and even if they start in a different place, they can be, I think, moved forward. I'll give you one example. Maybe I hold out some hope, which is I dealt with Secretary Burgum when he was the governor of North Dakota. He's a rational guy. He has a special responsibility as the Secretary of Interior to uphold trust and treaty obligations. And, I think engaging and discussing the issues around the Columbia River are still going to be important. I think one of the strengths of what happened during our time in office was the fact that the 4 tribes in the 2 states formed a unified coalition, sort of what the CBRI was a working template. We couldn't agree with everything in it, but it was a working template that made it easier for the federal government to come to the table. But I think you look for chances where you can find them. The work that needs to be done to build a kind of coalition that will get the attention of not just this administration, but the next and the next after that, is what I think the campaign is really all about. And that means trying to find those unlikely allies who still need better forms of transportation to move grain to port, to make sure that clean energy is available in the Pacific Northwest. I think we had ideas and a plan to do that. Those still are viable to build out more clean power, particularly tribal-owned clean power. But I think it's gonna take a lot of work to try to understand where they're coming from, and then try to ensure that they really understand the cultural and spiritual significance of what this means to the tribes. And that, I think, can really only happen the way it happened with us, which is kind of face-to-face meetings, really getting down on the river, being able to see what's at stake, looking at, doing some of those flyovers that we did at the beginning, to listening to the affected governors and try to push forward at least to do what we can now to protect habitat and to improve the ability to see healthy runs of fish now, but with the goal of trying to really restore and replenish the Columbia River Basin over, like I said, a generation.
Thank you. Yeah.
I'd like to add to that. I definitely understand, the rooms that we walk into as the tribe. We have to go to Boise and work with Governor Little there, and we also have to meet with the legislators there. It's sometimes, they're, one of the phrases I like to use down there is, a quote from Ronald Reagan, which was, we may disagree on 95% of the things we're talking about, but the 5%, what we do agree on, maybe that's what we can work on. Uh, Things like that resonate in Boise, because a lot of the things that are out there, we don't agree on. Then we go into Salem. We work in Salem a lot. And, you have the super majorities there. That's refreshing to be able to walk into those types of rooms, and everyone in Salem understands where you're coming from. And Olympia is the same way. At that state level, they're understanding tribes, they're understanding treaty rights, they're understanding, the environment, the work is aligned. And so I think about, a couple of different things when you're in those rooms. And, I like John Wooden. I've used him several times to quote. He's a great basketball coach out of UCLA, and his pyramid of success is something that I have followed my whole life and have utilized that. He says, success is the self-satisfaction of knowing you've done your best to become your best that you're capable of becoming. And so I know putting your best foot forward, whether it's in Boise, Olympia, or Salem, is that you're doing your best to get your message across and get the position across of where this relationship, as we spoke in the beginning about the U.S. and for us, the Nez Perce relationship, what that actually means. And another one that I use from him is that, you can come to the table and you can disagree, but don't be disagreeable. And that gives you the room and the space that you need to some days, you shovel and shovel and shovel and you never get to where you need to be, but you were shoveling all day and it don't seem like you made any ground, but you actually make ground. I think through the RCBA and the negotiations that we had with the U.S. government and that relationship, and what was before that, Jamie mentioned 1999, the tribe taking the steps with the resolution to support breaching of the 4 lower Snake River dams. Fast forward to Congressman Simpson, the framework that he put together for the Pacific Northwest, the Kramer report that Governor Inslee and Senator Murray did, and then the CBRI that we presented to the federal government, and then the RCBA, and then we get this rescission. But these are all different things that, the needle has moved now because of the work that was done. And sometimes there's large gains, other times there's just small gains. And those small gains can happen in places, as Jamie mentioned, with municipalities or county commissioners or irrigation districts and all of those different entities that are out there that they have a stake in it. We have a stake in everything as a tribe. It's not just one thing, our stake is everywhere. And so when we think about the efforts that we want to do, we want to build a better, stronger, smarter Pacific Northwest. We mean that. And so we have to get out there and we have to learn about energy. We have to learn about transportation. We have to learn about irrigation. And it's for the best for us to be able to put ourselves in your shoes from your perspective and understand that, because we would hope that you would understand our perspective explained. And I'd given John, Mr. Podesta, a symbol of the relationship as Nez Perce see the relationship between the United States and the Nez Perce. It's we've come together under mutual agreement for mutual benefit. And so this relationship is what we call an obverse relationship. And I gave them a patch that was sewn together. And that's a symbol of the relationship. One side was a emblem of the Nez Perce tribe, and the other side was the flag of the United States of America, sewn together under that mutual agreement for mutual benefit, so that what one side does not burden the other side. And that's the way we explained it to Mr. Podesta. And so he understood that our position as a tribe are for mutual benefit for both sides of that patch. And so that's a type of interaction that we have at all levels. And we speak that way in order to be able to get those municipalities, Rotary clubs, irrigation districts to understand who we are and where we're coming from. Because we want to understand you, because things that you're doing are impacting us and the resources that we have. And we want to make this place a better place. And so having those discussions, hearing other people, let them hear you. And, you know, Kaylani knows this one, that progress moves at the speed of trust. And trusting one another is getting to know one another.
Yeah.
Kaylani, if I could add a word of
Please.
what the chairman didn't say was he gave me two patches, one for me and one for the president. And I dutifully gave the president his patch as well, which is maybe why he signed that memorandum that said it was the priority of his administration to honor the trust and treaty responsibilities of the U.S. federal government. So it was two sides, and both sides need to be partners in that.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you for that. That's so true and so important. These are partnerships. You know, one thing I had to learn early on, especially I had this idea that I never wanted to get into politics, which I don't, but through work, it just happens, and you got to know what's going on and you got to be tuned in. And for me, starting that journey, you feel a little bit like an alien, and these people are up here and you're down here, and you really had to learn how to remember that these are just people. These are just people with concerns, with families, with passions, with hobbies, and they're no different than you. They're trying to figure out life. They're trying to do their best. They're trying to make it work. They're trying to live in peace and harmony with everyone. You know, and I've actually probably experienced that at one point with each of these people up here. But the reality is, when you break down those barriers and you actually meet in person, you have conversations, you go out on a river, you sit in a longhouse or what have you, that's when the barriers come down and you realize that we are all just human. We are really all here for the same reasons, for the same things, but it takes that time. It's so important to find space and community to come together in these spaces. And, you know, as we go along in this conversation, John, I give it back to you. We have a lot of folks in this room that are advocating for different things in their lives. And some of those things will require the federal government to step up and support and help. And what advice do you have for developing and strengthening federal partnerships on these important issues?
Well, Chairman quoted John Wooden. I always like to quote my mother on the point you just made, Kaylani, which is that everybody puts their pants on one leg at a time. And so if you understand that, yeah, there are power relationships, but I think, you know, you got to treat people as equals and try to find those partnerships where you can build trust. And I think that means really, I think it takes me to two pieces of advice, I guess. One is you got to have strong regional champions, and you have to have strong regional partnership. I think there's a very strong case to be made that if the goals of what was embodied in the tribal vision for renewal and restoration of the salmon and steelhead populations and other species populations is actually good for the region. It's good for the economy. It's good for jobs. And the region's special quality requires a love and concern for the cultural and spiritual significance of the place. I think building that strong coalition in the region is going to be critical, but I think you've got to also take that out and make that a national campaign and convince people that there's something that is important across the country to fulfilling the goals of this campaign. I think it starts with some strong congressional partners that you already have developed and built up. As I noted, I think it's worth trying to work on either at the regional or presumably at the national level with people like the Secretary of Interior, try to get them out there and make them understand what's really going on and what's at stake. I think in the end of the day, it's going to be about those the quality of that campaign and the quality of the relationships that can be built. I think it's different, but maybe there's some analogy to what happened on the Klamath and the ability. It's different. They weren't federally owned dams, et cetera. There's a lot of. I'm not trying to draw a line from one to the other, but it took a lot of work and a lot of organizing and a lot of effort, and that was across the region and across the country. But now the salmon are running in the Klamath at rates that people didn't think was really possible within a short time after the breach.
Yeah, absolutely. We had inspiring words this morning from a tribal member from the Klamath,
Great.
just talking about how quickly the river has bounced back. And while it is still healing, it's healing faster than any Western science predicted. It's incredible. I have another question here that no, yeah, go for it.
Thank you, Kaylani. Sorry for interruptions, but John was asking about Chairman Lewis from the Yakima Nation. I'd just like to make note that Chairman Lewis has just arrived over here on our left. Chairman Lewis, if we could give Chairman Lewis a round of applause for. Okay, sorry.
Thank you. No, that was a good interruption. Thank you. My next question here is for you, Chairman, and Jamie. One thing sometimes I feel might be forgotten is that there are strong benefits for our federal and state partners to participate in tribal consultation. And I think sometimes they feel like it's one way, but really it's a benefit to them. I'd love for you to shed light on what advice would you give for federal and state partners to improve relationships with tribes and having those government to government opportunities?
I can go first on that. Well, I think, the advice to give a federal agency is that, the obligations under the treaty and the Constitution are one thing, but they also there's congressional actions that give them statutory authority for these protections of what their agency does. And so many times, you get these adversarial issues that happen and the obligations that are greater than just a simple action, I think, where they're responsible for those protections, could be under ESA, could be NEPA, could be several any other congressional acts that have taken place. But I think, above that, once again, it rises to the Constitution and to the treaty. And a lot of times that gives the federal agency, or could be, a U.S. senator, that protection to move forward with anything that needs to be addressed. And I think so that the understanding of that relationship can be as simple as that, as far as them being able to put themselves out there without having any harm done to them or repercussions, because they're only doing their job. Mr. Podesta, when he was with the Biden administration, only doing his job. Jamie with the Army Corps, only doing his job under the obligations and the statutory authorities that developed those agencies. And I think that's something good that is a benefit for agencies, the federal government understanding the relationship that they have with tribes.
Well, the reason I think both state and federal governments should be reaching out to the tribes is because we're just that damn good. And if you think about the modern era of self-determination, the technical, scientific, legal, and political capacity that these tribes have built, it's amazing. The capacity that we built, the change that we're making. And I think even just looking at, when I think about the salmon alone, you know, salmon influences how we identify, organize, and act as sovereign nations. You can see the salmon in our identity. It's based in our creation stories and how we worship. You'll even see it figured prominently on the tribal flag. You'll see salmon, and how we organize as nations. One of the largest programs that NSPERS has is our fisheries programs, scattered across a vast territory that overlaps the states of Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. Now our tribes are involved in ocean monitoring and estuary systems, so from the headwaters on down. So, and even around how we act as a nation. You know, tribes can be your greatest ally and really some incredible foes. Sometimes we can be the same at the same time if you want. So I think that's the main reason we should be looking at strengthening our relationships between the federal government, the state governments, and the tribes. And the other one, I think, for me, this is a bright spot right now. You see this weakening federal system at play, leaving uncertainty. But states and tribes here in the Northwest are still holding the ground. We're still holding the agenda. You know, we still are committed to the outcomes in the Resilient Columbia Basin Agreement. We want those as an outcomes. We have not wavered off of those. How we get there may be different. And we're going to continue to hold public officials accountable, including if it means in the court system, to get the outcomes we need. But more importantly, we're standing ready. So when this political chaos is over, we're going to have to be there to help rebuild federal systems, re-engage the federal government in the outcomes that matter most to us here in the Pacific Northwest.
New, weird, and different.
New, weird, and different.
Thank you. We're getting close on our time here, and I do have one last question for each of you. And Chairman, I think I'm going to start with you on this, but we really talked about this issue in regard to humanizing and recognizing that these things all matter to us. And what I've discovered through this work is that it's going to these places, being in these spaces, feeling, touching, smelling are what changes hearts and minds. And Nez Perce and many other tribes have done a great job of welcoming people to their homelands, no matter what party affiliation, no matter what stance, because that's what truly builds understanding. And we have examples with RFK Jr. coming out and touring the reservation and holding the lamprey and seeing the salmon, and Representative Simpson going to Redfish Lake and not seeing the fish that he loves. And these are the moments and opportunities for real conversation and the truth of what's at stake. And so I'd love for you to just end this conversation on the personal experience that really contributes to change and how we get our federal partners to experience that in their own way. Knowing that you've had that experience, Chairman, you in particular, I know going to the mountains or going to ceremony are important pieces for you that bring you back to the reasons why you do this work. Why do we want that for our federal partners?
Yeah, I actually didn't know it was work. You know, I just thought it was a way of life. And I think that, I mean, even today, today. I mean, Carla's statement about salmon are fighting for you. I mean, that blew me away, because we think, oh, we're here doing this, we're fighting for salmon because of these reasons, and because salmon gave himself to us. Salmon is fighting for you, to stay alive for you. That's a total different perspective and an understanding that has just impacted me from that moment, probably for the rest of my life now, just those words. And the places where these words come to you at, and the relationship of the ground, the Wattis, the land itself, and digging roots this summer, and the dirt, breathing that in, and the mud on your face. And in the end, I have a piece of cows right in my pocket right now that I gathered this summer. The water that you're in, the family that I have, and the girls jumping in the water and swimming and not wanting to leave till it was dark. I mean, those are the types of things that carry you through, I guess, work. This is work, but it's really a way of life that we're speaking for, and knowing that those things are fighting to stay alive for us, it only strengthens the mission. It only strengthens the work that we're doing, I guess, if that's what we call it.
Mhm. Yeah. Jamie?
Well, when John got back to DC from his trip out west, and he called my boss, Mike Connor, and others down to the White House, and Mike came back and told me that John was quoting Chief Joseph. And I was impressed with that. So somebody made a pretty big impression on him, and it was about the good words of men. One of my favorite authors, and what I like to quote, is Wallace Stegner, who referred to the West as the native land of hope. And I draw my hope from the connection to the land and the waters. And I grew up adoring all things wild when I was a little kid, scampering behind my father and grandfather, hunting elk in a backcountry where there were no trails, and hiking into the rivers and streams. And it created this love for wild landscapes, wilderness, wild rivers, wolves, salmon. And I've always thought in particular the salmon about the lessons that we can take from salmon. Salmon offer inspiration about life and death. And you just think about the life of a salmon. And Ashton was talking about the life cycles of the salmon as this innate passion, overcoming every barrier, whether it's physical or political, make their way back to the healing waters of their birth to renew life. And even in death, a salmon's duty is far from over. In death, with their own aging bodies, they nourish life in a river meant to giving life, making their existence timeless, keeping hope alive in this native land of hope. And I've always wondered that getting up there in age, when's the best time of my life going to be? And I've learned that the best time of my life is yet to come. If we make a difference, a truly lasting difference, like restoring wild rivers, keeping wild landscapes in place, getting wild salmon back to the healing waters of our birth, if we make a lasting difference, and the best time of our lives are going to be lived by our grandchildren long after we are gone. That's my hope. Thank you.
And John, I'll let you leave us with your final comments. And as the one person on this panel who isn't from this place, you've had that personal direct experience of the difference it made coming here. Love for you to shed light on that personal perspective.
Yeah, I'll pick up a thread from what Jamie said. The reason I was quoting Chief Joseph was because Sam Penham handed me a copy of the 1879 Lincoln Hall speech. And it really stuck with me that good words do not last long unless they amount to something. And that you need to keep your promises and your obligations. And I've had the honor of working for 3 presidents and working on conservation and protecting the great places in America with President Clinton, President Obama, and then President Biden. And each of them had spectacular records in terms of conserving the places in America that should be the legacy for generation after generation into the future. But I think what really meant so much to me was the cultural and spiritual significance. You were joking, Kaylani, about eating eels. Well, I'm Italian, so I had eaten eels. It was Dave that kind of choked the Turk on the eel. But understanding that direct linkage between that those important cultural symbols and the connection and significance spiritually to the species, to the way of life, was I think gave me the determination to really just do everything I could to try to make a difference in the time we were in office. And I maintain that, and will do whatever I can to help you in your campaign going forward. Because when you just look out on these places, when you see and think about what in 1855, when those treaties were signed, that there were maybe 16 million fish coming up that river to spawn every year, and how much has been depleted and how much is needed to fulfill that campaign to restore what could be and to give hope to future generations. So I think it's hard to top what Jamie said, because it was beautiful, and I think it really, I think that's what I think the campaign needs to take, not only just to the region, but to across America. The specialness of this place, the specialness of what it means to restore healthy runs, what it means to the culture, and what it means to the future and the vibrancy of the region as a whole. So thanks for letting me participate in this.
I want to thank each of you for your leadership, optimism, and dedication to these issues. It means so much to have allies in these spaces. You know, we're still in a time where tribal folks are not always welcome in spaces. And so especially to people like Mr. Podesta, to be an ally and to give us a voice or pull us in means so much, and we need more of it. But it's a huge honor for me to be moderating, facilitating this conversation. I admire each of you and appreciate your friendship. And thank you so much for sharing your personal perspectives today. Thank you.
Thank you.
But first, I want to introduce our next presentation. And as I mentioned this morning, our theme and our just running topic of these 2 days really focuses on the health and first foods. And, you know, we talk about first foods as Indigenous peoples because that's what we know. That's what's nourished us since time immemorial. But these are things that matter to you as well. Your health and well-being is just as important and is critical, is dependent on the foods that you consume. And salmon, for one, is not only a life source, but it has so many other components to who we are as people and feeds us and nourishes us in different ways. And part of that is the physical health, but part of it is mental and spiritual. And that's really what we wanted to focus on with this next presentation. Healthy salmon equals healthy people in so many ways. And the two women that are going to come up here, I can't tell you how excited I am for this. When we started talking about this topic and the theme, this was one topic that we knew we had to have. Now, some of you have heard from these women in the past, and some of you have seen Covenant of the Salmon People, where Dr. Hartwig talks about how salmon contribute to tribal member health. But what we have here that is going to be shared with you is not only the science and the data, but it's the truth. It's the truth and the story behind how culture and tradition and life sources brings healing to a people. And so I'm honored for these women to share this space together because they both have testament to that reality. And that by doing this work and advocating to bring back these life sources and protect these life sources, we're recovering and we're finding healing and we're bringing that back to the next generation. So I'm honored today to introduce the two presenters that will be coming forward to talk about why healthy salmon equal healthy people. First, we have Dr. R. Kim Hartwig, a Nimipu board certified family physician, recently joined the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services as Director of Strategic Initiatives for the Indian Health Service. In this role, she collaborates across HHS and IHS to advance creative, community-driven solutions that elevate tribal health and improve clinical outcomes. Her approach centers holistic healing and cultural grounding, connecting clinical care with traditional practices and Indigenous knowledge, while addressing the historic harms that have shaped health for American Indian and Alaska Native communities. Born and raised in Lapwai, Idaho on the Nez Perce Reservation, Dr. Hartwig became the first female Nimipu physician after earning her MD from the University of Washington School of Medicine in 2003. She served as medical director for Nimipu Health from 2019 to 2024, leading quality improvements, regional collaboration, and public health outreach during COVID-19. Her prior experience also includes serving as medical director at Benowa Medical Center, practicing at Providence Medical Group in Spokane, Washington, and owning and operating Hartwig Health PLLC. Dr. Hartwig contributes to regional and national efforts through board service, including membership on the Idaho Academy of Family Physicians Board and the Alzheimer's Association Leadership Committee, and remains a committed advocate for culturally rooted, accessible care across Indian country. Please welcome Dr. Hartwig. Her co-presenter today is Jasmine Heigl, and you got to hear from her lovely mother this morning, Carla. Jasmine was awarded Nez Perce Tribe Employee of the Year in 2021. She also serves on the Nez Perce Fish and Wildlife Commission. She earned her undergraduate degree from Northwest Indian College, where she was also recognized as Student of the Year. She is currently a University of Idaho student in a post-baccalaureate program for Native Americans, Biological Resilience for Indigenous Systems Endowment. She is a mother of 4 and a proud member of the Nez Perce tribe. Jasmine is credited as the fire starter of the Nimipu Wellbriety on her reservation since 2019 as she walks her own journey on the Red Road. Please welcome Jasmine.
Good afternoon, everyone. As Keilani mentioned, or introduced, I'm Kim Hartwig, and recently started as the Director of Strategic Initiatives, which is a HHS political appointment to the IHS to develop creative solutions for the Indian Health Service across our country. So I'm going to be talking today, kind of continuing the theme that we've heard throughout the previous presentations about healing. And I'm going to bring some science into it, but always maintain the importance for us approaching the healing that we have holistically, not just from a medical lens, but the spiritual lens, the physical lens, our bodies, and the connection that we have in our teachings with Mother Earth. I'll just add a little bit to Keilani's comment about people being people. So to secure my position, I interviewed with Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the Secretary of Health and Human Services. And when I returned home, there were several people that were like, "Oh my gosh, what is he like? And how was it?" And he really is just a man like everybody, everybody else. We are all people with passions and desires. And Secretary Kennedy has worked in his legal life to help protect the environment. And I actually just recalled being asked to give the message that he wished that he could be here today. But when he visited the Nez Perce Reservation in June, was just taken aback by the beauty that we have in our region, the work that tribes are doing, and those collaborations with government are important, and their understanding, although it doesn't always feel like that, they are understanding the importance of those collaborations with tribes. So my hope is that we can be leaders in the Indian Health Service. Thank you. That we can be leaders in the healthcare realm by practicing and teaching all of the teachings that we have learned from our ancestors since time immemorial. So with that, I'm going to begin. So this is a healing from historical trauma, holistic approach through the lens of the Nez Perce tribe. So I would like to begin with healing through the lens of my tribe. Not that I'm all knowledgeable or knowing, but I'm on my journey to heal. And I think that perspective and approach that we need to take for true healing is really important, that salmon and water are a foundational part of. And to kind of shed some light that the lifelong effects of early trauma that we've experienced and the restoration of safety through a holistic and cultural healing perspective is important. Try to draw some light on the intersection of ACEs, which is the Adverse Childhood Event Survey, the neurobiology, so biology in our brains, and Nez Perce wisdom. So this displays a little bit about, I think that understanding may be too strong a term here, because we are learning with time, as was mentioned earlier, that we don't know everything. And I have 6 children. My daughter, who's a senior in high school, taught me that I don't know everything when she was 4. She and my husband were walking back from dropping off the older kids at the bus, from the bus stop, and there was a little boy standing at the curb when they were walking by, and he went up to her and said, "Jessa, your mom's a doctor?" And she was like, "Yeah, but she doesn't know everything." And she was right. But I hold that story dear, because children are precious and innocent and know a lot more than we give them credit for sometimes. So intergenerational emotional and psychological wounds from collective trauma, which all tribes have experienced, but the Nez Perce have undergone forced displacement from our treaties in 1855 and 1863, the Nez Perce War of 1877, and the flight toward Canada. The term war is termed by the US government, not by our people, because our warriors did not truly engage with the US Army during that time. Our people have endured the boarding school era, cultural suppression, loss of language, which ultimately leads to loss of identity. In reading Chief Yellow Wolf's book, Yellow Wolf, he described us as being refugees in our own country. The first time that I read that I didn't hear that message, but the second time I read it when I was on my healing journey, that was very profound for me, because our country does so many things for refugees from other countries. And here we are having endured the same treatments that people of other countries have endured within our own country. And I recently had a meeting last week about data. So data drives, everybody wants to make an informed decision, and data drives a lot of policy and decision, but we don't have a lot of data in Indian country, and rightly so, in my opinion, because of the distrust that we have had historically with those that collect our data and don't foster positive change or assistance to our communities when they receive them, but use that information for their benefit or their progress. But one of the thoughts that I've had is for us to use that refugee data to help set a foundation for Indian country for us to build on, and not have to endure or start from ground zero to progress for the healing that we needed. So Yellow Wolf termed us or described us as being refugees in our own country. And through my healing journey, I've come to recognize and resonate that very viewpoint in how we need to approach our true healing. And the ancestral protection strategies, also along my journey. When I talk about things close to my heart, this is what my nervous system does. So bear with me. So I've learned that my ancestors, my great-great-grandparents, were confused and fearful about what to teach and pass down because they had experienced the treatment of harm and extreme hurt by being too nimipu. And so they had to choose what to teach or not teach the subsequent generation. And my great-grandparents subsequently knew less than the prior generation and so forth. But that lens of fear and confusion that our ancestors used worked for protection because we're here. And we can be who Creator made us to be in today's time. And by spending time with the land, with the water, with the salmon, we can relearn what it means to be Nimipu, as our ancestors did, in our choice to heal ourselves. And by choosing to heal ourselves, we can help heal others. But that fear and confusion that came down in the previous generations was a protective decision. And wise as we know that they were, for us to be today. So for that, I'm very grateful. So I've heard today, many of our speakers talk about feeling and the gratitude that one experiences when they're in the water. And I remember, catching my first salmon. My brother who passed away was our fisherman. And so we'd never fished because he was the provider. And when I went my first time with my younger brother to fish, it was an amazing experience. But the feeling that has been described by several presenters before is not something that we are all allowed because of traumas that we have experienced. those feelings come from our nervous systems. And when we feel safe and protected and are allowed to be without concern, we may be able to feel. But those of us that haven't been protected or felt safe have rewired our nervous systems to not allow that, or those sensations or those thoughts, because of our need to protect ourselves. And that doesn't place blame on anybody or any buddy that came before you in that circumstance. It should hopefully give some perspective about the lack of protection and safety that they had. Because you can't give what you don't have. And these diagrams here help kind of organize our brains and their function. On the cortex, which is the outer most developed portion of our brain, we experience creativity and thinking and language, values, time and hope. In the kind of deeper layer of our brain is called the limbic portion, where we experience reward and memory and emotions and bonding deeper within the brain. And as the deeper you go, the more primitive medicine calls your brain. So the diencephalon is arousal, sleep, movement, and the brainstem are control, temperature, heart rate, breathing, things that we don't control. And correlate to that, the cortex, or the outermost layer, helps us to entertain or conduct reasoning. So we take in information, we calculate it, and then we come up with a decision. The limbic portion with the bonding and memories, that helps us with our relations. And the diencephalon is our regulatory portion of our brain. So when we receive a stimuli, when the circuitry is all working well in an unharmed way, then we can regulate. For example, if somebody says a disparaging comment to you and you get defensive, that's your nervous system protecting you from that comment. If you receive that comment and my anger, which is one of our strongest and first protectors, surfaces, that's because the anger portion of my nervous system felt the need to protect me. Through my healing journey, when I would hear something and respond in a certain way, I respond differently now. There's a pause before I react, because my nervous system has calmed down to not always need to be protected. It still does its job protecting me, but I don't have to do that. I don't have to think that Chairman Mueller just gave me the side eye and now he's not going to take me to dinner like he said. And that side eye I might take as him thinking something about me that isn't truly there, but because of my lack of protection and upbringing as a child, or an experience in elementary school or junior high, my nervous system has registered that as something that I need to be protected from. And so we have things in our teachings that help us to regulate ourselves. And in a lot of the trauma literature, there is a significant portion of it that relies on movement, on community, on sense of self-worth, and purpose. And in our communities, we had those, and we didn't do everything. We had good weavers, we had good flayers, we had good sewers, we had those who handled or cut meat well. We had quality people in our communities that we knew we could rely on for certain things. The Soyapo or non-native society tells us we have to do everything and do it, you know, to the best. And I very much thought that I had to do that because that's what was viewed as value in the academic realm, in the athletic realm. Those things but that gave me value were not truly where our value must come from. It truly must come from within. And so many of us in our communities have endured challenges and traumas that we aren't allowed to regulate or feel because we've had to survive. And your nervous system functioning in that survival mode for such a long time doesn't allow development of certain parts of our brains. And this next slide depicts some of the neuroscience that is associated with not feeling safe. And the other thing is that the traumas that our bodies feel, they don't have to be just ours. They can be my mother's or my grandmother's, and there are some epigenetic studies. Epigenetics is the study of that genetic passing of the trauma from one generation to the other. When I was an ovum, which is an egg in my mom's ovary, when she was in my grandmother's womb, I was there. So what my grandmother experienced, I experienced. What my mother experienced, I experienced even before I was born. So some of our reactions neurologically might not even be ours. And I thought the question this morning about smelling how the Klamath River smelled after the dam was breached was interesting because that's a neural input that we have in all of our senses that can lead to something good or something concerning or bad. So if you were sexually offended and the person was wearing a certain type of cologne or something that scent, if you smelled it again, your body doesn't know if you're experiencing that again, and you can go right back to that place until you've gone through some healing. And so your nervous system responds in a way of threat. And that's been shown in basketball studies, right? There was a study where you can, 3 groups of people that practice free throws every day. The next group visualized shooting free throws every day, and the next group didn't do visualization or actual free throw shooting. And the visualization and the free throw group had very similar outcomes. So our brains don't, is it helpful to practice physically? Absolutely. But our brains are so powerful that visualization that you do it comes close to doing the actual activity. And so the brain is extremely powerful. And when you have child impacts, which is that adverse childhood event score, the brain adapts or changes for survival under stress, for protection and safety when it's not provided for you. The associated neurologic mechanisms of that, or you get an overactive amygdala, which is the fear center of our brain. You can get an underdeveloped prefrontal cortex, which is the regulatory portion of our brain, and get a dysregulated hypothalamus axis that leads to a chronic cortisol release. And cortisol is a hormone in our body that elevates our blood sugar. So when our cortisol levels are high because we've experienced a lot of stress, our blood sugars are high in response to that cortisol elevation. And then our pancreas makes insulin, which lowers blood sugar. So our blood sugar has a normal range, and our body naturally tries to keep it within that normal range. When you have that chronic stress with cortisol, elevated blood sugar, you and I can only work overtime for so long, and your pancreas is the same. It keeps your blood sugar normal as long as it can. And then when it can't anymore, then you get diabetes. And diabetes is the cardiac equivalent. So somebody who has diabetes has the same heart risk as somebody who's already had a heart attack, even though you haven't had one. And I believe that there's a significant contributor to this chronic disease and stress that we live in Indian country that contributes to our elevated diabetes incidence and prevalence. And for us to truly heal from those chronic diseases, to heal from diabetes, to heal from heart disease, the subsequent blindness, kidney failure, stroke, we have to learn to truly heal and heal from the inside out in knowing who we are and who Creator made us to be. When you have experienced that elevated cortisol, you are hypervigilant. So always looking over your shoulder, distrusting, not trusting very easily or very well. That leads to high cortisol, anxiety, similar state. You're poorly regulated. There was a book by Oprah and Bruce Perry, who's a Harvard-trained psychiatrist, about the title of the book is What Happened to You? When somebody responds in a manner, say you accidentally bump somebody in the grocery store with your cart and they growl at you like you did that purposefully, we need to not be asking what's wrong with them. We need to be asking what happened to them, because their response is neurologically wired for their protection. And that paradigm difference is really important for us to approach and interact with others, but also for ourselves. When we sense ourselves responding in a certain way to something that we've been exposed to, that gives us information about us and maybe an area that we might need to focus on or heal. This is a little more about the neuroscience of not feeling safe and the state that you're in. So the light blue column about state, so your dominant brain areas, adaptive options for arousal, disassociation. Cognition is thinking, and then your functional IQ. And across the top, you have calm, alert, alarm, fear, and terror. So when you are calm, then your cortex, the upper portion of your brain, is operating, and you have the ability to reflect on kind of different options that you might have. You can daydream occurs in that calm state, and you can have creative thoughts. And you can have a functional IQ of about 120 to 100. Let's go down to fear. So in fear, the dominant brain area is the diencephalon. Okay, that's the brainstem, that's survival. You also can be in a flight or defiance state of mind. You can dissociate. In medicine, we call somebody who has multiple personalities, we call that a disease. That disassociation is survival for people that have endured something, that the only way for them to survive that experience or that encounter was for their brain, their mind, to make them somebody else. That disassociation is a safety mechanism for that person who endured something so severely. In that fear state, the functional IQ drops down to be between 90 and 70. And when I think about all that we have endured in Indian country and all that we have survived through and where we currently live, most of most of us are in survival mode. And that ability to, not that we're not creative, because we certainly have beautifully creative people, but we also have very harmed people. And the healing that we need to endure and embark upon really is the true healing that involves being with the land, that involves learning about the salmon and the significance of their lifespan. As Ashton spoke of, 7 being the significant number. All of those information, the information that Carla brought about, us removing ourselves from, it's not really about us. The decisions, the choices, the things, do we need to heal us? Yes, but my healing is not for me. It's for my kids and my grandkids, as Jamie mentioned. It's for those that come after us. But it's also for those ancestors that came before us, because they couldn't be who Creator made them. And we can be. So in our choice to heal ourselves, we can heal those that came before us, and we can change the trajectory of those that come after us. So I mentioned the ACEs, the adverse childhood events, earlier, and the health outcomes with an ACE score. So there are 10 measures. A parent that has used a substance, has been to jail, domestic violence, sexual abuse, those, there are 10 of them. And if you have a score of 4 or more, then you have a higher risk, not direct risk, not link, not causal, but you have a higher risk of depression, addiction, heart disease, diabetes, actually COPD, cancer, autoimmune conditions. And so what we have endured in our lifespan, and my ACE score is an 8, what we have endured in that historical trauma amplifies those ACE impacts, creating both personal and ancestral traumas via that epigenetics. But we can strengthen and we can heal from those things that we have been exposed to by reconnecting with the land, by reconnecting with the water, by choosing. In my mind, healing is a continuum. So if this is healed, which we'll never achieve, because it's a journey through life, and this is completely unhealed, healing the nervous system and its inputs are really in the beginning of that. And food choice, diet, exercise is further down the spectrum. So I don't disagree, certainly, that diet and lifestyle are important. Yes, we need to choose good foods. Yes, we need to move our bodies, which we did on the riverbanks, right? When you're fishing, you have to have strong core, you have to have strong legs, you have to have stability and upper body strength to be able to pull the big June hogs, to pull the June hogs out. So we had all of that because we were living on the land every day. We can, if we anchor our healing and the healing that we need in our culture, in our teachings, that to me is holistic healing. So Nez Perth Healing has a holistic approach: mind, body, spirit, and community. And that community piece is really, really important because we need tangibility. We need to know that what we're doing is helpful and get feedback from those around us to be able to continue to move forward. Core values that we have are respect for the land, our ancestors, all life, especially for ourselves. And I've heard a couple speakers earlier, comment about how it doesn't feel good for us to say things positive things about ourselves because we, certainly want to be humble. We want to have humility. But if we don't love ourselves, we can't give love. We can't give what we don't have. And loving ourselves is really important. You can be a better person and give more grace if you give yourself grace. So at first, in setting boundaries are not anything that I ever learned to do. But when you learn to take care of yourself first, you can help many more people. And I believe that as a doctor, I need to heal myself first so that I can help heal others. And connection through story, song, being present, ceremony, movement is so important. Movement is so important. And it can be in dance or in song, but my life-saving movement was on the basketball court. And I realized fairly recently, I'm over 50, fairly recently that the rhythm of my dribbling drills was healing for me. The basketball court was a safe place for me. And when I realized I was in a gym all alone visiting my daughter in Minnesota, and I actually went to the gym to lift, but the fitness center wasn't open. And so I grabbed a ball and started shooting and started doing, ball handling drills and the rhythm of, 3 bounces with my right hand and cross over to my left and 3 bounces with my left hand and cross. I was like, oh my gosh, this is a rhythm. This really helped me. And I realized that place and that experience, that movement, some people get that in dance or in song. Mine was on the basketball court. And I think that was really profound for me to appreciate. This is close to my heart because basketball is what led me to get my college degree. And that was what led me to becoming a doctor. So I'm very thankful for that. And it builds resilience in its repetition. So we also gain resilience from ancestral wisdom, support that's created from self-care. It's okay for us to care for ourselves. In fact, it's needed if we want to help anybody else. And when we heal ourselves, then we can heal our communities. We also have traditional practices, sweat lodge. I'm not a smoke chaser, but I do go to sweat often. Haven't found much smoke in DC, but grounding is another non-native kind of activity that people are trying to find in different ways. They even have grounding mats that you can. I'm not sure how those work, but you can't. I don't believe that you can be more grounded than in a sweat house. You're back in your mother's womb with your sisters singing, and ancestors are surrounding you, waiting to see how they can help. We use storytelling, prayer and ceremony, connection to the land, and healing in those places where when we go to gather or pick, we go to places that our ancestors have been and they're there. Their memory is there by the land. And that's really, really powerful for us and important in our healing journey. Language, of course, I had a conversation with Chairman Wheeler about, healing and holistically, before I went back to DC. And our language program is revitalizing, as Carla Timantwa mentioned. And there are words that some of our people fear are lost. And one of the things that Chairman Wheeler shared with me was that those words aren't lost. The land still holds them. It's our job to go out to be with the land, to relearn them. And I just thought that was so beautiful and so true, that the land and the water and the life that's been created has so much to teach us if we just take the time. And that's one of the things that I mentioned in my interview with Secretary Kennedy was we fight for our treaty rights and sovereignty all day, every day, but we don't take enough time to practice them. And we really need to. There are some neurologic regulation that happens through our practices. The rhythm synchronizes the heart rate and the brain waves. The social connection releases oxytocin, which is a hormone that our brain makes, and that builds safety. In fact, when a feeding newborn is nursing from its mother, the release of oxytocin helps the mother to feel that safety, and that's reciprocated to the baby. There's mindfulness, grounding through nature, ritual, and being who Creator made us to be. That's been a really important understanding that I have come to know and strive to be, to let myself be who Creator made me to be. So I'm a allopathic doctor, an MD, and I think that weaving the two, the knowledge that we have from our ancestors and understanding what Western medicine has, certainly there's a union, but as I learn more and more about our teachings, I do believe that our teachings have a hand up in healing ourselves, in healing our own bodies. Our bodies are miracles. If we heal enough to listen to it for what it needs and trust and follow and do what it tells us, and it might not be directly from us, it might be through your walk in the forest. It might be, in a digging cows, and then so praying with it later is so powerful. Those activities are ways that Creator uses for us to receive messages and finding that harmony and that healing that we need together. And the goal is to rebuild or reset our nervous systems for us to feel safe through reconnection with ourself and in our culture. And I feel like I'm taking up too much time. Sorry, Jazz. This is that intergenerational healing that I discussed with when we heal and are self-regulated and have self-worth and acknowledge that need and that time that we need to heal, then our families become healthy, our tribe becomes healthy, and future generations subsequently become healthy. So I'd like to close in gratitude and conclude with hopefully an insight that healing trauma is a neurobiological repair that we each have a responsibility when we're ready to embark upon. That cultural connection is really important for us to utilize because we were placed here for a reason, and loving yourself is a great first step. Connection to our ancestors, the land, to ourself and community, and safety invites the spirit home and settles our nervous systems to be able to learn and pass on what our ancestors fought for. Yep.
Oh, yeah. We're going to be here all night then. Hey. All right. Tatsala, Inamaniktwas, Ayat Tokit, Sayapo Timki, Jasmine Haigel. Before I start, thank you, Kim. Great job. It's beautiful to witness and to see like when people are speaking from the heart, you know, and when those tears come, you know, I'm always like, they're healing, you know, like I'm not scared of it. I don't feel like I got to fix it, you know, like just allow that to happen. But if I could get everybody to just stand up, please. And if you could look to your right and tell that person, man, you're beautiful. Yeah. All right, if you could look at another person and say, welcome, I'm glad you're here. All right, now I'm gonna have Mr. Picard, Ashton, give me a demonstration real quick. I'm gonna have him do yell, run in unity, and then he's gonna give his best deadly laugh. All right, Ashton, let's go. All right, so in the count of 3, if everybody could say run in unity and just let out a laugh, okay? 1, 2, 3. All right, good job. I appreciate you guys for participating. You may sit down. Since there's no coffee, we have to get up and move our bodies. All right, again, so my name is Jasmine Haigel. I currently work for the Nez Perce Tribe Social Services Program as the Inhumuma, the My Relatives Sober Living Coordinator. It's our only sober living on our reservation. I'm also the secretary for the Fish and Wildlife Commission. I am in the intro, you know, it spoke of being a fire starter for Wellbriety, you know, recovery, walking on the red road is my way of life, you know, the way I'm walking. I'm a grateful member of Wellbriety. I am a mother of 4 children. My daughter is actually with the youth from the Nez Perce tribe, the salmon protectors. I have she's right here. She's sitting right there by my mom, trying to stay warm. And then I have 3 boys, 3 sons. My oldest is 21 and my youngest is 12. And this year I turned 40. Still working through that. So I would like to thank the hosts, you know, the organizers and everybody that brought this together, but also for each and every one of you for making your journey here. I'm glad you got here and I pray that your home is exactly the way you left it when you return home. So part of my recovery journey, what I'm going to speak on and what I will share on is just my connection to our first foods, to the salmon, to the land, to the water, and how important that is. Dr. Hartwig did a really great job on explaining what intergenerational historical trauma looks like. And then also she explained too, you know, when we go through our anxiety, go through healing. And she also shared some strategies and tools that she uses. So I'm not going to go into that. I'm just going to speak about our first foods and the salmon and stuff. I'm also a fisher. I'm a gatherer, you know, I fish on the Columbia River, also our Snake River, and other tributaries like Rapid River, Yawinma. And I'm really grateful for all the presenters that shared before us. And I'm grateful that this conversation is happening. You know, it's super important for us to be taking care of ourselves in order to be taking care of others, but also that comment too of how much our first foods actually take care of us, you know, and that take care of our wakiswa, our spirit. Part of my recovery and my journey, it was learning about like, who am I? You know, where am I going? Why am I here? You know, I feel like a lot of us are wandering, you know, we're wandering, you know, when we're lost, you know, like, and and what that identity looks like, you know, and the things that keep us connected. And then through my recovery journey, walking in sobriety, finding that connection, but also building those relationships, you know, those relationships. And I'm not speaking just of humans, right? Our support isn't super important, but also with our first foods, with our land, with our water, with our salmon, you know, our meat, with everything, you know, that we have to build that relationship with it. And it's super important to me. It's one of my values. So something I wanted to share on being you know, being a mother, but also being a cook, being a gatherer. You know, we're taught when we go out to go gather, when we're fishing, harvesting, you know, whatever that looks like, we do it with a good heart and a good mind, right? So when I'm walking in to go do that, it's super intentional. It's super intentional. And one thing that I found in my recovery and sobriety is how important that is, but how much that has kept me grounded. You know, like I've experienced a lot of trauma. I have complex PTSD. I've experienced a lot of mourning, a lot of grief, you know, like a lot of our tribal communities have, and maybe within your own family too. And sometimes it's easy to isolate. It's easy to disconnect. It's easy to push people away because we don't want nobody near our heart, right? I don't want you to know that I'm hurting. I don't want you to feel sorry for me, right? I don't want you to feel, you know, we have all these things that we were taught how to handle them, and they'll come out, you know, in different ways. But for me, going out to go gather, going out to fish and everything, and being intentional with that good heart and that good mind, it removed my anxiety. You know, it removed my fears. It removed my long list of my to-do list, right? The things that wake us up at 3 a.m, like, did I send that email? Did I respond back to that person? You know, like this is a thing that it has calmed me down and helped me to get out of myself, right? Like Kim said earlier too, it's not all about me. What? It's not all about me. You know, that was a big thing for me that I had to learn, you know. And then in doing that too, I know when we are gathering our foods, fishing, and when we're doing that, it's not only going to be for my family and it can be for myself, it's also taking care of other people, you know, and being a cook, being called on to be a cook, we are to be of service, right? To be of service, to share that space. But everything that we put into our food, you know, is super intentional. So that starts from the very beginning to how we process it and when we're like cooking it and as we're serving it. Like we are expressing ourselves in that food, like with families, that you're not alone. Like you're not alone. We are here, you know, to help take care of you, you know, to pray with you, to encourage you, you know, and that's super important. Like we all have that role and that responsibility. And that's one thing that's really beautiful about our community is when we come together like that, because there's a lot of cooks that are willing to do that, you know, and it's important. And then it alleviates that stress of a head cook. You know, like sometimes I feel like I get a lot of really good credit and I'm like, most of that food other people cooked, you know, but I just helped organize it, you know, because that's how beautiful our people are. And then also like in recovery, when I'm going to go back and forth correlating and just relating how they both work for me. But like that is being of service, right? Being of service. So if I'm being of service to community, and then I'm not within myself, thinking about, you know, like my severe depression, thinking about my own mourning, my own grief, the things that I've been through. So it's really has helped like train me because I have that role and that responsibility. You know, I have that role and that responsibility when I'm doing that. It has kept me grounded, you know, it's a form that connects me also to my ancestors. But one thing I've learned too when we're cooking, like when you bring out those foods, it brings out that story, right? That laughter that I shared with my mom, the laughter we shared with the girls when the girls were being silly, you know, or my sons, like, man, my sons are going out and taking care of everything, and they have a story to tell too. And those are like the stories that we get up and we share today, right? And I'm sharing a bit of what my personal story what my personal story is. But like everything that it just brings, so it brings those good feelings back again. You know, it brings those things, it brings back that good memory instead of focusing on the negative or the trauma or the things that have been hurtful or things that, because you know, sometimes that how we're trained is like, I could hear 20 good things, but I focus on the one bad thing that was shared, right? And I just stew on it. And I have to like quit that, you know, quit that. So reminded how much of our food, you know, our food is medicine, you know, the salmon, the berries, the meats, the roots, everything, like how much that is medicine, not only for myself, you know, for myself, but my family and my community. And sometimes like when people will ask too, like they will ask me, you know, like, how do you stay so strong in your recovery? You know, like, how are you able to return home and be able to maintain your sobriety? Because in tribal communities, we often feel like we have that geographic change and this is what's going to work for us, right? But really it's everywhere, you know, it's everywhere. And a big part of that is returning back to our lands, returning back to our culture, our Nimipu way of life. That is a prevention, you know, that is a prevention. When you're taught in a good way, you find that connection in it, you build that relationship with it, and then you have that responsibility. Like my mom always shares, like now that I showed you, you have a responsibility, right, to teach it, to teach, you know, in a good way. And that's the same way as for like recovery. You can't keep what you have unless you give it away. That's why it's important for us to share our stories, to share it, because there's hope in it, right? There's experience in it, there's strength in it. And I wanted it, and it reminds me too, like I was thinking, like as I was hearing everybody speak and share, I was like, man, the salmon would be like a good metaphorical framework, right? Because they're the resiliency, you know, the resiliency to always to get through these, work hard to get through these dams, to get through the warm waters, get through all the predators, the invasive species, the things that are affecting our dwindling, you know, like we might not get those June hogs, but man, wouldn't that be amazing to get one of those June hogs? We have June hogs now, but they're not the 75-pound, you know, and but I always think about that, like even for our people returning home, our people going through recovery, you know, it's like the same story, right? It's that same metaphor, you know, those things that we go through, like we have to put in that healing work. You know, a lot of us have been through trauma. A lot of us don't speak on those things. You know, a lot of us have been, yet we're still here. You know, we're still here and we're able to share our stories the same way that the salmon are sharing their story, the same way that the salmon has brought us all together here, right, to speak on this in the water and the land. And it's beautiful to see that unity, because that unity is so important in order for us to move forward together, you know, like to have that unified voice. So it's beautiful to see, you know, as many people that are here and the work that is being done for it. And my mom was sharing with me earlier, and she was there was a question about her, like, so how are you, or the working for it or advocating? She's like, what do you mean? Like I'm just being, right? I'm a part of it. It's what I do. As in our responsibility to gather and to fish and to hunt and to take care. It's, or how Shannon shared, like we don't look really like at it as work. It's like it's our way of life, you know, it's the things that bring that peace and that serenity. And it really is hard work, but it's good work. You know, it's good work that keeps us focused. And I'm always grateful for it to have you know, for the teachings of it that comes along with it, but also just to be able to move forward in it. And to recognize today too, like for a long time, being like disconnected. I remember one time on the Columbia River, I was really going through it. I was having a really hard time. And I was battling with depression, battling with that spirit of suicide, you know, battling with alcoholism and everything, domestic violence, like you name it. And but I had this set in my mind that you're tough enough, you're going to get through this. You're strong enough, you know, like that's that trauma response, right? I'm going to get through this. I'm not going to ask for help because I'm tough. You know, I got this, operating from that ego. But I remember going down, and I remember calling my brother, like really struggling, because I was really, that spirit of suicide was really just was there. And he's like, well, Jazzy, did you leave tobacco and did you go pray? And I'm like, duh, no, I didn't. But like, those things that we're taught, but are we doing them? Are we giving thanks? Are we introducing ourselves to the land, to the water, to the fish and everything, everywhere we go? And so I went to go do that. And I remember hearing, like, I could hear my grandma Louise and my auntie Patsy Haigul, I could hear them speaking in Nimi Putimpt on there. And I remember I just started crying and being reminded, because they're not here anymore, that, but they're always there, they're always there. And when we come in a good way, when we offer that prayer, we say that gratitude and we remember everybody and all the work that has done prior, right? And then how we're going to move forward. It strengthened me that day. It strengthened me that day. It gave me some hope that day. And I really, that's something that I needed. And even though I wasn't in a good way then, that did help me and guide me. And it just shows the strength, of our waters and the strength of our, of our salmon. And I'm really grateful today that every time we get to go back, it's almost like I was making like this living amends, right? To go back and to be in a good way, to be fishing and bringing my family and teaching them and gathering. But I'm going to keep mine short, keep mine simple. My relationship today, to the salmon, to the water, and to community, and to Creator, is beautiful. It's a prayer. It's filled with that love. It gives me that self-love, it builds that, that connection, and that relationship. But my message for you today is take care of the water and it will take care of you. Take care of the salmon and they will continue to feed your spirit. Take care of your heart and your mind and you'll stay strong for your family and community. As we rise up together in unity, may we remember that this isn't about just saving the salmon in the rivers, it's also about saving ourselves. Thank you.
Give them one more round of applause. We have a little bit of time for a couple questions. If anybody does have a question for either of the presenters.
Does Mar have a song?
She's got to dance.
I know.
We got a question over here.
Hold on.
We won't make you yell this time.
I'm just going to make a comment before you ask your question.
I just wonder how receptive your communities are to the work that you find so important. And I'm thinking about the cab driver that took me from my home in Bellingham to the train station. He's a young Lummi man. And I could tell from his story that he is struggling to find his path. He's tried this, he's tried that. And he says his family just keeps asking him why he keeps doing what he's doing and doesn't just settle into something. And to me, I'm pretty sure I know the reason for that. But how do you deal with the resistance to self-awareness and healing within the communities that you encounter?
The first step to change is acknowledgement. And the more that we educate our communities, of course, I'm going to say education because I'm a doctor. But the more that we educate our communities to help them understand themselves, acknowledgement is the first step to change. And as we learn more and more about trauma and understand that the responses that are witnessed through trauma are as quick as a reflex. When I tap your patella tendon, the tendon in your knee with the hammer, when I tap that, your brain processes, oh, my patella tendon stretched. And then it thinks, oh, okay, that means I need to contract my quad. So your quadricep muscle contracts and then the lower leg kicks out. Well, how quickly does that happen? That's instantaneous, right? That's the definition of reflexive, is that instantaneous response. And that is how quickly our responses are to something that we deem harmful. And not us here, us in our bodies feel harmful. That smell, that touch, that sight, that tone, any of those things that we take in to our bodies that we deem potentially harmful or hurtful brings up a response. And the more that we educate our communities about that, in my clinical opinion, the more receptivity that we're going to have in going down that journey. The other thing that I would say, and I'll use Jazz as an example, and maybe she can answer this or correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe from a clinical approach that our community members that have come back from treatment, that have started down that journey of really, first of all, if they've gone there on their own volition, they're like, I need a change. Okay, that acknowledgement step is huge. But they've also done some preliminary work in their treatment program to recognize and dig out what's needed. And I draw the parallel of healing to a diabetic ulcer. Right? From the surface, the diabetic ulcer can look like this, 3 to 5 centimeter or millimeter lesion, right? But what caused that ulcer is the lack of blood flow, poor nerve functioning. And so when you dig out all of that necrotic or dead tissue and get down to the base of where that ulcer truly needs to heal from, you have to protect that. And that's what we have to do in healing. We have to dig out all of the crap that has made us experience pain or be hurt. And then when we get down to the bottom of who we really are, protect that and then heal from the inside out. So the challenge is I'm very naive, okay? I'm the first doctor because I didn't know that we didn't have another one. But that's true story too. I mean, that I'm naive, not the, but the trauma doctors that are dealing with trauma have been working on it for 30 years. So I like to pretend that I don't know that little tidbit, because I really think that this realm of medicine is where we can lead, and we can lead with our teachings.
Thank you. I want to thank you both just for sharing your stories. You're both such inspirations to so many people. It's not easy to be vulnerable and share your story, but it's also a part of healing. Is it a short one?
Yeah, it's sure.
Okay. Sorry, we won't close out quite yet.
Well, I haven't been entirely impressed by all the current administration's picks, but I'm extremely impressed by you. And I'm wondering, are you being funded adequately, and what are the prospects for you getting the resources you need to do your job?
That's kind of an interesting question right now. So I am funded. So I just accepted, as Kaylani mentioned, the Director of Strategic Initiatives. And I have a lot of laxity to bring to the Indian Health Service what I feel needs to be done for us to truly heal. So I'm at a very unique position in my career.
We're very proud of her. With that, again, I really thank you both for being vulnerable and sharing your stories with us today and continuing on that healing journey. I chuckled, Jazz, when you talked about being tough, because I remember when I was younger and I was warned, don't mess with Jazz, because but it feels so great to stand on this stage with these two. And this is just a very real reminder that what we're fighting for and what we're advocating for isn't just a fish, isn't just a food source, isn't just nutrition, but it's expanded into so much more of healing who we are. And not just for Indigenous folks of this area, but for you too. And we've heard that through other stories where people have had those experiences. So thank you both for being here with us and sharing. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Before we take a break, we actually have a special guest that was able to join us through some schedule changes. And so I would like to welcome one of our new Nez Perce Tribal Executive Committee Council members. Some of you may have heard from him. I've had the privilege of hearing him talk about the fisheries and the importance it is to him and his life and his family. But please join me in welcoming Council Member Aaron Gould to the stage.
Thanks, Kalani, for the introduction. Yeah, I got elected beginning of May, and I'm a history junkie. I was a history major. I got all the way to be a super duper junior, studying all kinds of history, not just Nez Perce history or, isolating myself into some silo, some historical narrative that I wanted to repeat. I studied multiple histories, and in doing that, you get to have a stronger idea of what sovereign debt means, whether it's, me as now a newly elected council member, what my debt is as a sovereign, what trust obligations do I must hold others to, and also how do I hold myself accountable to our trust responsibility to our people. So, and then I studied history. So looking at, Oregon, Oregon, like Nez Perce, there are two French terms. Oregon is French for hurricane. And Nez Perce is ne per se. So we have some shared history there, at least a shared, knowledge of when the French were here, or when the British were here, or when, like in the Treaty Council, it says the Spanish were at Walla Walla. The Spanish were here first. So, that doesn't make the US history books at all. But in recognizing, even, some Russian, there's some Chinese as well. And then the Americans last. Or if we're gonna, look at the Treaty of Ghent for the northern border, or we're gonna look at the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo that establishes that California, Oregon, all the way across the Utah line, down to, San Diego. We look at these lines and what kind of debts lie across those lines, between those lines. How the chairman talked about the adverse relationship. And how governments, either traditional governments in the past or our new formalized governments, are going to recognize the adverse tripartite relationship. How legislatures from two different governments can't legislate things across unless the president or the executive and judicial can actually agree that those two laws should meet by the sovereign instrument of treaty. How should we talk to each other? So in studying this, you go back and you look, well, I'm not that special. I'm sure my ancestors were way special. And right now, it's old news, but it feels new. Nez Perces have 8 treaties to the United States of America and the Nez Perce people. We talk 55 here. And I'll only gonna begin with the first one. I'll go before that and I'll end at the 5th one. I'll leave the other three for later because that's part of the fun conversations that we have about, Civil War, post-Civil War, Democrat, Republican. Democrats have the jackass as a mascot, which references Andrew Jackson, which is Trump's favorite, ex-president, which is kind of how does those things correlate? Andrew Jackson and the Democrats and Trump. It's kind of a different story there. So, after the War of 1812, the British and the Americans were in a race. Lewis and Clark came out here. There were some also some British expeditions. The fight over the mouth of the Columbia River because of the doctrine of discovery and how those things were, playing themselves out inward, where our Nez Perce people are from, Cascades to the Bitterroots. And also part of the sovereign debtors, other sovereigns, Yakima, the Umatillas, all the other tribes, Colville, Spokanes, they all have a story about this time. And I can't tell my story completely without, being allowed to, listen to their story. And I'm glad Lewis is here because my view of the history, I don't think the Yakima started the Yakima War. I have a letter from Governor Stevens of Washington Territory to Agent Simmons, who was an Indian agent at Tulalip on March 24th, 1855, that states that it was the intent of Oregon and Washington to be from the Cascades to the ocean and from the Cascades to the Rockies was going to be a new territory out there in the center. And there was going to be a meeting about it in July in the Dalles. So Agent Bowen was leading that meeting in the Dalles for the formation of new territory. And that's when his murder happened on the military road from Fort the Dalles and Fort Simcoe. That story is not out there in history books. There's several, narratives, threads of history where the sovereigns have the obligation to tell the story and share the story. So the British and Americans are out here. Treaty of Ghent solves the British question, 49th parallel. Thanks. 49th parallel. And what is going to come, or how is the diplomacy efforts going to be expressed out here? The newly governor of Hudson Bay, John McLaughlin, his first charge from the London Bay Committee was to recruit young men from influential leadership out here in the Columbia Basin. And those two youth that went with him were Spokane Gary, who was at Walla Walla, and also Kootenai Pelly. So the name of the tribe of where they're from and the name of the benefactor from somebody on the London Committee. And those two youth went to school in the seat of Hudson Bay, which is now Winnipeg, Manitoba, or Red River. 2 years later, 5 more young men went to school up there. And their names were Nez Perce Ellis, Kootenai Pitt, no, excuse me, Cayuse Pitt, Cayuse Alquette, Kootenai, another Kootenai guy, and Spokane Barons. So 5 more youth went to school there. Nez Perce Ellis was from Kamyai, our homeland, and 2 Cayuses. So I would theorize that 3 of those young men who were taught by an Oxford professor at the seat of Hudson Bay, that we understood treaty, the upcoming treaties. Subsequently, we got 8 of them. So there's a lot of work there that needs to be done from what those men knew when they walked into Treaty Council in 1855 to what the last treaty was done in 1868. And the formation of this, I call it the Mason-Dixon line of the Northwest, the Columbia River. Oregon was the Oregon Trail. I won't tell you about the Washington Trail because that kind of leads the story from a different direction, but there was also this industrial Northern Trail as well for the Washington, but that doesn't make history books. It's the Oregon Trail. But, Washington being formed in 1853, right across the river here when Isaac I. Stevens took the fort from Peter Ogden Skeen, the last Hudson Bay factor there, and they went and moved, started Vancouver, British Columbia, 1853. And then the following year, in 1854, there was this Grand Council. It was in the Grand Ronde Basin, which is Elgin, LeGrand area. I don't know if you guys are familiar with, Northeast Oregon there. And at this Grand Council, tribes from all over the Northwest. So it wasn't just Nez Perces. There was, Blackfeet, there was Shopai, there was Shoshone, there was, everybody's essential for the entire area. Place where you could hold, thousands of people for an extended period of time. Lots of water, lots of feed for your horses. And they talked. And the only reason why I know about this council, because it's in the Yakima history. They share this story in their literature about Kamaikan. And at that council, there was 3 chiefs that were in favor of a treaty, 1855. And then those 3 men were young chief of the Cayuses, lawyer of the Nez Perces, and Spokane Gary, the Spokanes. Spokanes never got their Stevens Treaty, but they should have gotten one. So after that council of all Indians, no other sovereigns, just all Indian sovereignty right there expressed in one grand statement. Lori comes down here to Fort Vancouver, across the river, and says, we're ready for treaty next year. So they start that, December 26th, 1854, Medicine Creek. And if you look at that thing, you see the Washington's Governor Stevens, Doty, and Gibbs outline a treaty. And you see that treaty that goes, and you see the outline, and you see how it's expressed and all, Point No Point, Point Elliott, Medicine Creek, and there's McCall later on, and Walla Walla. What's interesting about all this is understanding logistics and timing and what was right for the time, and being in that time as far as trying to intellectually take yourself to what does this mean? What did it mean when the Medicine Creek Treaty went from right there at Puyallup, right there, back to the Senate, proclaimed or ratified by the Senate, proclaimed by the president in record time. Then in December, ratified and proclaimed in 3 months, March. So that was pretty fast. So, and this is, I can't find this industry as this being an actual statement, but it's a theory that I would suggest strongly that there was a copy of a Stevens Treaty at Walla Walla Treaty Council by May of 1855. And we could read, we could see, okay, this is what the treaty was going to look like. When you step into treaty, and we had been dealing, the Indian people have been dealing with, outside sovereignties for a long time. And those sovereigns, British, Spanish, French, and finally the Americans. So, we had thought about this for decades. Before the Americans here, the British were here, before that, the French were here. And understanding that, it doesn't look like we were so, non-understanding, incomprehensible. I think we understood very well what the treaty was going to say and how it was going to be effectuated and executed by all the sovereigns, not just the tribal sovereigns, but the United States, the territorial sovereignty, and the future state sovereignties. So you get to 55, Stevens wants our help, so we go and sign another treaty at the mouth of the Judith River in October of 1855. Stevens comes back, finds out the Yakima War is broken out, and then there's no Spokane or Colville treaties up there in that upper northeast corner of Washington there. And we'll go through a period of time with that for 3 years. And this is kind of contentious because talk about sovereign debts. We owe, Nez Perce tribe owes Nez Perce people, and our stories and how we tell each other stories, that's our debt. The narrative that we tell each other and which we express outwardly to other people, that's a debt that we share, that we all share, wherever sovereignty you're expressing yourself from. And The Nespers signed a agreement with General Wright on August 8th of 1858. And at that time, we were cavalry. We weren't scouts, it was a joint military force. So if you look at this military treaty, and it's out there, it's in the public record, it's in the serial set. It wasn't introduced to the Senate, so it doesn't make the ratified, unratified list. But the Secretary of War at that time, which is funny because now we have a Secretary of War, but Secretary of War Jefferson Davis, the future Confederate president of the Civil War, was a party to it. And that treaty went to Army HQ, which is West Point. And then 3 weeks after the signing of that treaty, we signed, we didn't sign, but we're parties to the Treaty Rock there at Post Falls, Idaho, and part of the Yakima story, and part of the Coeur d'Alene story, part of the Spokane story, is that military campaign that we participated in. And it wasn't as scouts as some history suggests. No, it was a joint military force. Read the treaty. It's a joint military force. So there's a lot of inconsistencies that have to be cleared up in order to get our sovereign debts truly accounted for. And this is something that, I took personally when I, looked at this information, like, well, what does this mean? How do I, get at the root of this? How do I tell the story accurately? Because I know my ancestors, put it upon me because I seen it and I couldn't look away. And so those are 255, 358. So I kept looking. So how does this go on? So after that, those three treaties there in 1858, this exact same time was when Oregon, the territory of Oregon, put their petition in for statehood, which they got in 1859. That's when the 1855 Treaty of the Walla Walla were all ratified as well, 1859. So the missing pieces and missing story doesn't really belong to Indian man. The missing pieces belong to our beautiful Indian women. Because the Indian woman story throughout all this was, Angus MacDonald, or his name tossed around there. He was a Fort Colville factor from Fort Colville guy from Hudson Bay, right there at Fort Colville. And his wife was Nestor's woman. The first governor of Oregon Territory, it was a 3-seat governorship. But his name Joseph Lane, his woman, his wife, his ayat, was a Walla Walla woman. Gosh dang it, I can't remember her name. She's buried right there at Weston. I'm trying to remember these women's names because they're important, but she actually started Forest Grove Indian School because it was illegal to educate an Indian in Oregon Territory. So she educated her own children. Forest Grove, it's right over here, right down here. And she was from Walla Walla. And she lived long enough to get an allotment there, back on the Umatilla Reservation. Pretty amazing story she has. I can't remember her name, but she's right there. I found her name and her story right there at the Oregon Historical Society Archives right there on Park Avenue, right by PSU. Robert Newell, his wife is Nespers. The first U.S. Marshal out here, Joseph Meek, and Nesper's wife. Appointed U.S. Marshal by, what was his name? Polk, President Polk. Appointed him a U.S. Marshal out here. And at that time, you may remember Polk's campaign for president. All your history junkies out there like me will know that 54-40 or fight, his campaign slogan that he got elected on. And that 54-40 or fight reference wasn't to anything East Coast. That 54-40 or fight was a reference to the Columbia Basin. It was a direct rebuke of British claim to the Columbia Basin. So the future Ghent Treaty, which ratified, the 49th. So we have, some stories in between all these other, the Indian women have the stories that they're connected the dots for us as, Indian men. And what we're supposed to do to execute our best version of ourselves. to tell the stories, to share the sovereign debt, and to meet that sovereign debt. You know, and telling the story to the United States through their federal family or whoever we have to interact with, to our governors of the different states. You know, and I don't want to get into the Civil War because I think you know, there's some things going on right now where I don't want to be too pointed on any kind of political theater that may be going on or positioning that may be going on. But just, you know, one thing I will say about those 3 extra treaties that we have, 61, 63, and 68, is that the Nez Perce sided with resources and some gold to help the North win the Civil War. And that's in our Treaty Council minutes. So, and if you look at the 68 treaty that was made with the Southern president, Andrew Johnson from Tennessee, you can see the Southern president kind of, and that treaty, 1868 treaty, the Nez Perces, this is the last treaty between the United States and any Indian people. After that, there's President Grant. You know, Johnson does this, Andrew Johnson does this like 5 days before he leaves presidency. He proclaims the Nez Perce 68 treaty. So there's a lot of history there that needs to be, you know, engendered, lived, talked. And that's how I'm a history guy. And you know, when I went through college and studied, you know, not this history, but other histories, it was called a social science, which didn't really, you know, sit right for me. Because when I view history, when I think about it, and you know, we just heard my relatives here talk about the trauma, and I feel it in their words because we do share same stories, and we do share that healing aspect. And the history, if it's taught right, it becomes a humanity, not a science. It's a humanity to tell each other's story, to hold each other's story, to tell another family story for somebody that may not know it. And, you know, some of that historical trauma is, we're still healing from, you know, Indian Child Welfare Act. And I'm glad that the U.S. Supreme Court has stood up for Indian Child Welfare at least a few times in the past 5 years. But some of those Nez Perce kids that were taken away, they're coming back. People we didn't even know existed, they're coming back to us. And that itself is powerful. So that sovereign debt that I speak of, that's that debt of how do we tell each other's story better? So this history is a humanity, and it does heal. How do we hold the trust responsibility of the United States of America? Well, I know that President Grant was a quartermaster under Benjamin Bonneville right here at Fort Vancouver, pre-treaty. Does President Grant understand the 55 treaty? I think he does. Who is his right-hand man? President William Tecumseh Sherman, General Sherman, Sherman Tank, Sherman's scorched, you know, earth policy across the South. And the Nez Perce War, we want to talk about one general, General Oliver Howard, as pursuing the Nez Perces on their famous, you know, retreat, which wasn't a retreat, it was a facing up to the United States, if I read the history correctly. But there's another general that was also in pursuit of the Nez Perces and Joseph. And that general was William Tecumseh Sherman. And if you know where Fort Benton's at, and you know where Bear Spaw's at, where, you know, Chief Joseph does his famous speech, "I will fight no forever." It's not that far away. And that's where William Tecumseh Sherman was at in October 1877. So next year, it's going to be, what, 250 years of the United States of America? And the year after that's going to be 1877, the 150 years of the Nez Perce War. And just last year was 100 years of Indian U.S. citizenship. So yeah, these are times of fulcrum, times of change. Where's the balance? So we, you know, to tell each other's story and have that humanity aspect when we tell each other's history. If I learn your history, it's because I respect you. If I want to listen to your history, it's because I respect you. You know, I almost said I got 10 minutes, but it's hard for me to give out the microphone when I start talking about history. So I appreciate you guys' time. And, you know, there's a lot of work in this historical correction and these narratives that, you know, we've heard talked about from different, you know, representatives from all over the Northwest. And this is a good time to, you know, to pay attention and be a part of, you know, that daily decision making, what we do as individuals in whatever capacity that is, to, you know, to your daily decision making process. What am I going to do today? in our Indian way, in our Kamal way. Kamal way is the law of use, and there's a law, and this is traditional law. And if you know, cultural astute people will know that Walla Treaty, Tamalwit, is actually in Article 3 and it's listed in order according to our Tamalwit. So there's some alignment of, you know, traditional law, tribal law, international law. But where's the, you know, there's different, some alignments of law and how do we observe it? What we choose to do is always in preparation to get ready for that next food. What are we getting ready for? You know, recently I had two deaths in my family, really close people. So you get ready for bundle. You gotta get your bundle ready for giveaway. I was thinking about that because your next bundle is gonna, you don't know, but you're collecting, you're keeping, getting ready for that time. That's that process of how you're gonna do things. You're getting ready for something. You're getting ready. Like, I know my nephews are talking about where they want to fish next year because they fish Yawinma. They're gonna go fish this place. They're gonna go fish that place. And it's always a time of getting prepared. Indians are always getting prepared for something. So with that preparation, you understand the history is like how we've gotten prepared for this time. And, you know, if we want to talk about I'm a history junkie. I'll tell you about USV Oregon, not so much USV Washington. I listen to USV Washington people because we're not totally involved with that, but yeah, I appreciate you guys' time and thank you.
We have our final keynote speaker for the day, and I am so excited that Chairman Chris Peters was able to join us. A little bit of a backstory. When I first started this particular work, it was basically when Representative Simpson came out with his proposal, because I was in charge of doing the media blast. And following that, we realized we needed to start bringing people together with events like this. And we developed what we had termed the Salmon Orca project, and we held our first Salmon Orca Summit at Squaxin Island. And so Chairman Peters has been a huge support and ally since the beginning, if you will, and we're just so grateful that he's continued to show that support and be a partner in this work as we move forward. Christopher Peters is the chairman of the Squaxin Island Tribe in Washington State. He is also the vice president of the Affiliated Tribes of Northwest Indians and sits on the board of trustees as the Evergreen State College. Before being elected as tribal chair, Chris worked for 3 years as the tribal administrator at Squaxin and has nearly 20 years of experience working in public safety and social work in Indian country. He has also worked as an adjunct professor at the Evergreen State College in Indigenous Studies. Chris holds a bachelor's degree with an emphasis in federal Indian law and tribal governance and a Master of Public Administration's degree. Please welcome Chairman Peters.
All right, last one of the day. Atflahel, Tuagalapu, Galaputsia, Ptidi shed, Klapshtitsta, Squaxdubs ched, Talapched Squaxed, Hisquiditsi ched. Good day, honorable people, honorable friends, honorable relations. My name is Klapsh. My English name is Chris Peters. I'm a citizen of the Squaxin Island tribe, and Honored to be here. I'm grateful and honored to have an opportunity to speak to all of you. Yeah, this is such a great event. I'm so thankful to Nez Perce and Kaylani and Chairman Wheeler for putting on this event every, I don't know if every year, every or so. Yeah, give or take. Wonderful time. Because we as Indigenous people, we, as you all know, we live by the 7 generations mindset. We take pride in being stewards of the environment, holding on to our traditional ways, our culture, our drumming and singing, in the ways of our ancestors, so that we can continue to carry them on today, not just for us, but for future generations. So our grandchildren and their children can also drum and sing, carry on the ways of our ancestors, carry on the ways of our people. And that includes being stewards of the environment. We have got to continue to do that, because as the environment dies, as the extinction of our salmon goes, so does our culture and so do our people. So they go hand in hand. We've got to sustain our way of life. As was said before, we've been here for 12,000 years. The glaciers receded, plants and animals came into this area, people settled, and those were our ancestors. And they lived here with the natural environment for literally 12,000 years. The United States is going to be 250 years next year. The US is a baby, absolute baby. And when I think about everything that's happened in the last 250 years, it's a lot when you think about the destruction. And when we think about our connection of 10 to 12,000 years, that 250 years does not take away who we are and our spiritual and physical connection with this land and with these waters and with these salmon, the chadad as we call them, the kapayats, the cedar trees. But unfortunately, over this last 200 or so years, there's been this societal destruction of our natural environment, systematic degradation of our natural environment. And the way we're heading, it's leading to extinction of our salmon and our culture and other natural environments, our medicines and our traditional foods. And not coincidentally, during this 150 years, 200 years where they've been destroying our environment from right in front of our eyes, we have, as a people, faced colonization, disease, genocide, assimilation. They tried to kill us, the Indian. They tried to kill our culture. They tried to take away our language. So we were getting it from both sides. And they almost succeeded, but they didn't. And we're still here. And we're at events like this so that we can turn that tide the other way and right the ship. A holistic approach has to be taken to this, towards environmental recovery and personal and community healing, because it goes hand in hand as Indigenous people. It's taken generations for us to get here. It is going to take generations for us to get to a spot of healing, but it takes the work right now, boots on the ground, for it to happen. And we can't wait any longer. We have to keep up on this climate fight. We have to protect our riparian zones, our tributaries, our estuaries, our sacred Salish Sea, the ocean, our forests, and of course, the dams. We've got to take them down. Maybe the single most destructive thing that society has done to our natural environment, putting up these dams. And also protecting our traditional gathering spots. These places that our ancestors went to for thousands of years and gathered and participated in cultural events, sacred healing. We've got to protect those areas as well, because they go hand in hand with our language and our culture. We lived as a collective for so long. And as we've watched society destroy it, it's going to take us to bring it back. Speak the language of our ancestors as much as you can. Learn your language and speak it. Carry it on to your children. Go to drum group, sing the songs, dance, wear the regalia, go to canoe journey, participate in powwow. Do all these things to carry on the traditions of our ancestors. Carry on the ways of who we are, regardless of what tribe you are. Don't let that die. We have to do that hand in hand. While we keep up this fight of protecting our natural habitat. But as we know, protecting our natural habitat comes with fighting other people that want to destroy it for their own personal gain. They're living individualistically. They want to know what's in it for them now. It's too expensive. They can't do it. It's too much to overcome. I call BS. The cost that we'd have to pay to take down a dam or overcome some of these things pales in comparison to the cost it's going to cost our future generations 10, 50, 100 years from now if we don't do this now. And that's for everybody. Thank you. Thank you. We talked to our legislators. You guys had a panel earlier talking to the importance of talking to those who represent us. And that's real because in today's world, legislation was what moves things. But I talked to the other side too. I talked to the people who are the naysayers because they need to understand that this isn't just about us. It's obviously very important to us. We don't want our people and our ways to die. But they need to understand what they're doing as well and the impact they're having and the footprint that they're doing. What's their legacy going to say 100 years from now, 50 years from now? What are their grandchildren going to think when they look back at their ancestor, their grandfather, and their time in politics, when they were making laws and policy that was making it worse for them, as opposed to doing the right thing, the difficult thing, and changing the tide and they didn't make the tough decision because it's too expensive or because it didn't benefit them today, but they were making good decisions so that it would benefit the next generation. What is their legacy going to say about them? I ask people that straight out. And sometimes I get a snicker, sometimes I get a little shocked face. Some people, I got a nod. We have a lot more in common than we think we do. But this is how we heal too. Nothing in my mind is stronger to our people in overcoming trauma, especially in this day of self-determination, than our culture and our environment. We connect with our Creator, participate in your inherent rights, fish, hunt, gather. I don't know about you, but when I'm on the water and I smell that marine air, it fills my soul. When I pull a salmon shot out of the water, out of that salt water, out of the Salish Sea, and I think about my ancestors did the exact same thing 1,000 years ago, it's not lost on me. It's not a cliche. I get emotional when I'm out there. I mean, that's my church. That's my classroom. I need to get out in the woods sometimes. I need to go find our traditional areas. I need to go pick camas, as my ancestors did. That's what heals me. That's what fills me. That's what connects me with my culture. Those are the things we need to be doing. Because as you inspire yourself, if you get out there and do these things and really get involved, hopefully it'll motivate you even more. Don't just come to these types of things and sit and listen, but hopefully you're even more inspired to actually act. Because I don't know about you, I don't want my camas fields to go away. I want my children to go out there. My son, I just found out, his wife is going to have a baby. I want my grandson to go and gather camas with me someday in the forest with his sapa. I want my grandson to be out on that Salish Sea and smell that wonderful salt air and pull his chidad, a salmon, out of the water. I want him to drink fresh water. I don't want it to be extinct. I want my grandson to speak in his Pilshutzid language, as the Squaxins have done for thousands of years. I want him to drum and sing. I want us to go harvest an elk, take the hide, hang it and dry it, make drums, like my father taught me how to do. I want us to be out in the mud, digging shellfish, eating clams and oysters right off the beach, like my father taught me and our ancestors did. That's how we heal as a people. but we're facing much bigger forces than we can imagine today. We've got an administration that doesn't want that. DEI is a bad word for them. Bullshit, sorry. It's how we live, it's who we are. Diversity, equity, inclusion for us doesn't just include people. It includes those who can't speak. It's the salmon, it's the cedar trees, it's the ground, it's the air, it's the birds, it's the salmon, it's all these things that we are connected to, that we are spiritually and physically connected to, that we need to survive. As I said before, get outside. That was our classroom. We were the original scientists. We were the original doctors and environmentalists. We didn't have words for those. That's just how we lived. And we need to protect these areas. And we have the power to do it. It's things like this where we come together as Indigenous peoples with a common goal. And our allies are the nonprofits and organizations, the NGOs, that also understand how important this is, not only to the natives, but also to themselves and their community. We can overcome these things. We've got to understand who our allies are in our state capitals and in DC. We've got to continue to advocate and press and push. You can get a lot of head nods from those folks, but you need to be over there in their office. We need to be continuing to push them so that they do the right thing. We need to be the voice and the power because we have the strength to do this. We have the strength to inspire others. We got to do it for our people. We have to do it for our people. We have to do it for this next generation. And things like this are an opportunity for us to come together and inspire. I got a chance to listen to one of the groups earlier before I had to head off to another event. And listening to that panel, these elders, I just got inspired. Some of the things that they're saying. I mean, I look at the topics and stuff we've all heard before, we know it. But every time I listen to an elder speak and tell their story and talk about the importance of their life and what they're trying to do, it inspires me even more. And I always learn something new. And so I'm so thankful for this. I'm so thankful for this event and the wonderful people that you brought together to come and speak to us. And my ask for all of you is that you be present during this time. Don't check the box. Don't just say, hey, I'm going to this conference or this summit. I'll be back in a couple days. It's more than that. Be present. My wife always says, I'm always busy. I'm always go, 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 go. And my brain never stops turning and I read like crazy. And then when I'm at home, I'm with my wife and she's like, hey, I need you to be present with me right now. And I'm like, I'm here. I'm with you. She goes, no, be present with me. I want you to be present with me. And I'm like, yes, you're correct. I need to be physically and spiritually present with the most important person in my life. That's how we grow as a couple and in our marriage and all those things. Well, it's the same thing with this. I imagine you're here because this information is important to you. You didn't just choose to come to this run conference. This is important to you. Be present. Be thinking about what you're getting from this and how you're going to make change when you get home. Listen to the stories of our elders. There's nuggets of gold in what they're saying. They're telling stories and you might get a line or two from them that is like, wow, I got to write that down. I may use that someday. And what is that person's name so I can quote them? There's so many wonderful things that you get from this. So be present, be active, talk to each other, engage with each other, because the real power is after this summit's over and you go home and you engage with your other leaders, your other nonprofits, the organizations. Legislation's coming up around the corner. What are we going to do? Hopefully this is what's going to help push you over the edge. Inspire, connect, engage, and strategize. So I'm thankful for all of you taking part in this summit. I won't take up any more of your time. I understand it's the end of the day. My hands go up to you. Say, how tubes is thank you, everybody. I'm grateful to you. Take care of yourselves. And hoit, till we see each other again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairman Peters. It's always a pleasure to hear your words, and really, this is just like a mic drop for the day. It all just tied it so well together with everything that we've been talking about. I have a few more things I want to share, and then we have one last presentation to close us out and send us home on a good note, even though we're coming back because everybody's watching these sacred hills at 6 o'clock tonight. But first, I want to just one, again, thank our sponsors. We couldn't do this without our sponsors, and because we do strive to make this a no-cost event so that that is not a reason you can't attend. It is because of our sponsors that we make that happen. And on that note, I am so excited to announce, thanks to our partnership with Idaho Conservation League, the Columbia Snake River Campaign now has a online donation portal. And so you will see signage around the conference center where if you are able and would like to contribute for the wonderful presentations that we're providing you, we appreciate this. It helps so much for us to continue doing our work to be a voice for salmon and orca. I have a few door prizes. So again, you must be present to win. So if this is, these people are not here, then we'll have to draw another name. First, I have this beautiful cow print wallet from Suzanne's Native Crafts and Apparel. And that is going to P. McKee. P. McKee. Are you here? Okay, must be present to win. So we will redraw for that one. The next item I have, which I'm kind of jealous, I didn't get to put my name in, so you don't have to worry about that. These beautiful abalone earrings, which are from 3WS Generation Beadwork. And those are going to Regina Townsend. Is Regina here? Oh, that's you? Oh, okay. I'll take it. I accept it. All right, and our last one, it's in a mystery bag, so you're welcome. They're a pair of deer earrings, which I have not seen. This will be a nice surprise for somebody from Resting Warrior Face, and those are going to Tara Galuska. Tara Galuska, hey, congratulations. So we will keep drawing. We are so thankful for our vendors, not only for being here, sharing their craft, but for also donating so we could provide you some awesome door prizes. I mentioned that we do have the film screening tonight, These Sacred Places, or that is at 6 p.m. And we will have a panel discussion. If you have not looked at your program, we do have, I keep saying these sacred places, these sacred hills. I'm so sorry. We do have a QR code where you can learn a little more information on the film, but this is a wonderful film that I have been excited to see that talks about Yakama Nation and their work to protect their sacred lands and gathering sites. So I encourage you to come out. It'll be right here. We'll watch the film at 6. We'll have a panel discussion afterwards, and I'm really excited to learn more about the work that they're doing. Tomorrow, we do have breakfast starting at 8:30 again with the agenda to begin at 9. We have another dynamic agenda lined up for tomorrow, and it is another full day, but we'll have plenty of candy and snacks in the afternoon. So come ready, and like Chair Peter said, come be present with us. We have a lot more to share. On that note, I would like to bring up our final presentation to bless us as we leave today and honor us with a song. And so please help me in welcoming Chairman Lewis from Yakama Nation.
Before I sing the song, I just want to express a few words. In watching the production that had taken place this afternoon, the different speakers spoke about our heritage, our culture, of what we are doing today. It is something that is really extremely important. My job as being, I guess, chairman of the Yakama Nation, I stepped into a role that was extremely important to our people. But I had stepped into a role when I had another job to do. So when I was accepted into this position as chairman, I also had a responsibility to our people as being one of the leaders in the Longhouse. And so it tore me apart. And I come to realize that you have to live in two worlds. You have to learn to live in two worlds. Each job is as important as the other one. On the one hand, you have to lead the ceremony on behalf of a person that has passed away. And you have to care for the people that are left behind. This is something that's extremely important to I and my wife. She sits over here at the table I'm at, and we help our people that are in need to take care of their loved one, to make sure that they're going in the right direction for when they pass this world into the next world. And hopefully they are going to see their loved ones that have gone before them. And so that is the importance of this position that I hold, not only for funerals, but for first foods. Salmon is number one. Weenut, the deer meat, is number two. Chneet is number three. All the root foods that we look forward to. Tamanit, the berry, is the final one. And those foods we go up to gather in a good way, especially the ladies, the men that go up to hunt. They've got to do this with a good heart, because what they are serving out there will affect the people in a good way, we hope. March 10th, 1957. March 10th, 1957. It's an important day, not because it's my brother's birthday, but because that was the day that Celilo closed its locks, closed its dam. And behind the Dalles Dam, the water began to rise. And as it rose, that was the last time you ever seen Celilo Falls. And people stood on the shores watching the water rise. And they begin to wail. They begin to cry. Because it was the end of the way that we lived. My grandfather, my father were fishermen down there. And that was the last time that was ever used down there. And for a time of period, our people were lost. They began to do things because they couldn't go fishing anymore. And from that, they began to get nets, gill nets, and started to teach themselves how to fish a different way in these pools that are behind these dams, lakes, as they call them. And so we helped our father with an old wooden boat that he had purchased and a rayon net. And we spent hours upon hours out on that river. And we were lucky to catch maybe 1, 2 fish. But it was a different way of life that we were trying to teach ourselves. And today, there are hundreds of fishermen that fish out there the same way in what they call Zone 6. Zone 6 goes from Bonneville Dam up to McNary Dam. That's where our fishermen fish. And one year, we actually had a lot of fish that had come returned, fall fish. And every boat was getting fish. And now you go out there, you're lucky if you get 10, 12. So there are times of despair, there are times of many, but I still work on behalf of those fishermen. My tracks show up down here at Willamette Falls here in Oregon. We used to catch lamprey. My father took us down there, I and my younger brothers. And we'd go out there and we'd fish, we'd fish, we'd fish. And we'd get gunny sacks full and we'd load them up and off he would go home. And he wouldn't ask for money. He would distribute to our elders, to those that are in need. That is what we are taught to do. My tracks go all the way through Columbia River, our tributaries, the Klickitat, the Yakima, the Wenatchee, the Methow River. My tracks are up there. I used to work for fisheries. And I would do stream surveys by raft or by foot. So my tracks covered almost all the way up to the Canadian border on the Lost River. So I see this about all the fish that are out there and all the scientific studies that are ongoing on behalf of those fish. They're pit tagged. They have eye dyes in them. They carry radio tags so they can actually tell how long it takes them to hit these dams. And when they come back as adults, when they get to Bonneville, how long it will take them to get back to the spawning grounds. These things are done today within the scientific world. And it's a lot of hard work. I know. Used to drive truck while I was in fisheries. Used to go up to Nimipu because they didn't have a truck at the time. So they send us over. Myself, another driver, Wayne Smartlowit, and we'd use our fish truck. And we hauled those fish that Nimi Poos had raised, put them in our truck, and off we'd go to spread out those fish within their lands, their homelands. Coho. We'd spent about a month over there, then we come home. Once we got home, we were doing the same thing within the Yakima Basin, spending many hours within that truck. I think of this because today I am 75 years old. 75. I have seen the destruction of the Dalles, the Slilo Falls. I have seen destruction of our elders. They're gone now. Those that were my teachers taught me different things within the longhouse. And I and my wife, we travel. We have family members here in Warm Springs. Just last weekend, one passed. We went over for the funeral on a Friday and a Saturday, put him away. Then we had to race home because we had one lane in our longhouse. And that same Saturday, we put him away. Now, today we're here. We're doing two things here throughout this week, and we're going back to Warm Springs because the spouse that was left behind when her husband had died, they're doing a clothes changing to make her a widow on behalf of her husband. And her grandchildren that she has, they want to do things in the right way. And so they're going to release him from his grandfather so that he can go out because he belongs to the rodeo circuit. And he's hoping that he gets good enough that he can make to Nevada, to the finals. These things are extremely important. And to be able to do this on behalf of the people, you've got to do it in a good way so that the spouse has her clothes, because everything she had to give away. Everything. Her dishes, pots, pans, furniture, everything that was in that house. So we're hoping that when we get together day after tomorrow over there, that she can recoup some of this stuff and start a different life without her husband. So I just wanted to express these few words as we are here today and the things that are ongoing here is extremely important. This showing, the book that was showed last night, all the speakers have important information that all of us are in need of. So I just wanted to express these few words. Auna Waltagishan Kuni Mashwam.